Oh my God, you are live! Exclamation point. That I can't believe that actually works, and I can't believe that I actually still call that out after all of this time later. Um, oh, StreamYard notification. We are having trouble streaming to Facebook. This may be an issue on Facebook's end. Is it possible the stream was ended or deleted on Facebook? Question mark. We'll keep trying and let you know if it's resolved. Please check Facebook to ensure the stream looks okay. If this continues for a while, try creating a new stream or just remove this destination from the stream and then re-add it. Well, thanks, StreamYard. I appreciate that. That's as good of a way to kick off things as any, I suppose. Well, welcome back to Mike Seibert Radio. I am your host, and after 8 years and conservatively a thousand hours of content, not thousands, maybe 1,000, but certainly hundreds of hours of content, we have made it to episode 400 of Mike Seibert Radio podcast. Thank you all for hanging out here with me now. This is going to be a wacky, wild ride of a show that I will be quite honest. I don't know how this is going to go. Those of you that were hanging out in the stream, patiently waiting, I appreciate you waiting. Those of you that have been like on Facebook or YouTube, patiently waiting for the show to start, thank you for hanging with me and being patient. I had some work stuff that I had to attend to, and it threw off my schedule. And I'm running in here figuratively with my hair on fire. So I think like I'm in a really good spot to do a rowdy, fun show. We're going to do a little bit of memory lane stuff. I'll probably tell you the story of how Mike Seibert Radio podcast came to be. We'll talk some Two Mikes Too Furious, get into some of those animated Transformers with our other show. Michael Andrews is going to stop by in a little bit also. So you'll have the Two Mikes Too Furious crew here as well. And some of my friends have stopped by as well. We're going to do some call-ins. Folks are going to pop in, pop out. It's going to be a rotation. But what it's going to be more than anything else is it's going to be fun. I got my pod decks ready to go with all kinds of questions to ask my friends. I've got some questions from the Ask Me Anything form, which I believe is still open. So before we get too deep into the proceedings, I'm going to tell you a couple things about how this is going to work. This is very much a live fizzy audience participation show that is going to be largely driven by you. You know, your comments, your questions, your concerns, your live call-ins. I think I'm just going to kind of be the ringmaster here. Like I said, I might pop in and tell some stories as well. But if you want to participate in the show, there's a number of ways you can do so. You can get in the comments on whatever platform you're watching on, whether it's Twitter, YouTube, or maybe Facebook. Because I don't really know what's going on with that yet. Apparently, the StreamYard is having some connectivity problems, but I'll see if I can resolve that on the fly. But wherever you are, feel free and put comments wherever you're watching, and we'll address those as we go. I also set out a Ask Me Anything Google form. I've got that. If you're watching on YouTube, well, I guess maybe not on Facebook, there's a link for like the Ask Me Anything form, so you can jump in and post your questions there. Or if you're not camera shy and you're eager to be part of the spotlight, you can join the call and jump on the stream here with us. You can hang out for as much or as little as you would like. I think StreamYard lets me have up to 10 people on here. So, we can push the boundaries of that and see how far we go. But there is a link in the YouTube event as well as on the Facebook event. And I will drop the invite link actually here in the comments. And hopefully that will post to where you're watching. and you can watch there as well. So that's and that's really about it. That's going to be episode 400, because my favorite shows to do like this are ones that I do with friends. My live streams are famous for just being a casual hang party good time where we talk about a number of different things, stuff and things, if you will. So I figured that would be the best way to celebrate 400 would be with friends. So again, I appreciate everybody that's hanging out, whether you're actively or passively participating. Regardless, I appreciate you being a part of the festivities. So that's enough preamble for now. And like I said, I might tell some stories later. If there are stories that you're specifically looking for me to tell, I will spill all the tea. It's like you want to know where the theme song came from. I'll tell you about that. Why do you play this particular music at this particular time? I could tell you stories about all that. I could get really deep into the behind the scenes of kind of like why I do things the way that I do. I don't always have all the best answers, but I at least like to talk about it. But in speaking of talking about it, I do have some friends that have been very, very patiently hanging out in the lobby while I kind of got my bearings going here. So let's just get right to it. I'm going to add some friends to the stream. First of all, we'd like to welcome Whirl to the chat. What? I know. How's it going?
It's going pretty well. How's it going with you?
It's going very well. So I think, and this is going to get very experimental. I'm going to try a bunch of things that may or may not work. But like I think my first question to introduce you to the show and the audience, and as I always say, every podcast, every live stream, every show is somebody's first show, and they're probably meeting you for the first time. But instead of me saying like, hey Whirl, why don't you tell me about yourself? Inspired by a recent podcast I did, I was on with my buddy Greg, my very Australian friend Greg from the Unfunny Nerd Tangent. We were talking Star Trek. We were talking about season 2 of Strange New Worlds, and we got into this weird tangent where we were talking about our mutual friends and who we know and how we got connected. And both of us, with our Gen X boomer brains, could not actually remember how we met. It's like that is a story that is lost to the sands of time. The assumption is that we somehow got mutually acquainted on Twitter over Transformers. We did forensically figure out the first time we did a podcast together, and that's when I had he and Yoshi on to talk about their Transformers fan comic project, Transformers Reanimated, transformersreanimated.com, where you could get a free comics that's a continuation of the Transformers cartoon. But anyway, that was like back in January of 2019 or something like that. So anyway, so we pinpointed that, but we could not go further back to figure out when he and I had actually gotten acquainted. So that's a very long preamble. But my first question for Whirl is how did we meet? How did we get connected?
Well, it was through Transformers. But now that I'm thinking back, I think we met on Facebook first through the local Toy Thugs group, I think is what it was, or one of the collecting groups, or the Sidefest discussion group. It was a Facebook group, I'm almost certain. We did it on Twitter, but just because of where we live and the things that we're interested in, I'm inclined to believe it's Facebook. But I do think Sidefest is heavily involved in that, because that's how I met most of my Transformers friends in the area.
Yeah, and so that was part of my question as well, because like I don't remember if we had any kind of connection prior to Sidefest. Like did we know each other before Sidefest? That was the one that kind of stumped me a little bit.
Right. Well, so I moved here in 2013, 2012.
Mm-hmm.
And it was I believe the first Cyberfest. Was one of the first things in the area that I did. My dad saw it on TFW 2005, and it was like, cool. We live in this area. My introverted kid likes Transformers and refuses to talk to anybody. I'm gonna take World of this. So I went to
Yeah.
that, and I met Yumi. Um, because in this big room full of like toy collectors and dudes, Yumi was there
Yeah.
front and center with this big pink pretty booth, with like Transformers Prime stuff, and there wasn't a ton of Transformers Prime stuff. So I gravitated towards Yumi, and we got to talking. We hit it off. Yumi invited me to the Washington Transformers fan group, and I think that's where I met you, but I don't know for sure.
Right.
So
Yeah, that sounds about right. That's a lot of if you say so. That
yeah,
actually sounds great. And shout out to Yumi. They're awesome. So
but you didn't find out until about Sidefest until many years later, right?
at least a couple years because my buddy Nick um had uh he oh man, I don't know how I get connected with Nick. Oh my gosh. That's see that I think that's part of the reason why I'm doing this episode this way so that I have some kind of living document journal of how I know people.
Right.
And so anyway, that's so I had been buddies with Nick for a while and we bonded over like fandom of KISW shows
Mhm.
on the radio and kind of like that radio adjacent world. And then somehow it became Transformers adjacent. And then he's like, well, hey man, you know there's a local Transformers convention, right? And I'm like, I promise you I did not. I am still a newborn baby in this fandom. And because like, I mean, I've talked about this in the past, like I didn't engage with Transformers fandom at large until 2018, middle of 2018. That's the tip of the iceberg for a longer story that involves like the shift in focus of my podcast once I got acquainted with the Autopod Decepticast folks and all of that. But anyway, like right about the time like I'm interested in going to TFCon, it's like, well, hey, you're posting about TFCon, you know there's something a little more local than a TFCon, and I had no idea. I didn't know anything about Cybfest, and I went to Cybfest in 2018. I was working that day, coincidentally in the Kent area, and I remember I went for like the last hour of the show. This may have even been post raffle. That's lost to the sands of time, but it was kind of cool because like it was during that time where folks were already clearing out, crowds weren't that bad, and I was able just to do like a speed run through the dealer floor, met a lot of folks. I had already been acquainted with Ben at that point. Like in fact, I think I interviewed him for the podcast prior to that. So I would like to believe that that's probably where we first actually met, if not even like really got connected, because you weren't like involved with Sidefest at that point. You were a fan just like I was.
Right.
And now we're part of the committee together. So that's,
Yeah.
it's pretty rad. But yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, because there's a lot of folks that I, saw. Like in fact, I bought a blaster, a reissue blaster off of Jamal off of his table. He was tabling there,
Yeah.
and it blew me away. I didn't know that he remembered that because basically it was like the last hour of the show, and he had a price on it. I'm like, would you take this? Because it was confession time. It's the cash that I had in my pocket. I didn't have what he was asking. I'm like, would you take this? And he's like, well, you know what? I'd rather it get a good home rather than taking it home with me. So he gave me a screaming deal on it. And it
Nice.
was one of those things where I am not a haggler by nature. I famously do not like haggling. So even like that bit of like the bartering or dealing or negotiating at the table, I kind of don't like it. It's like that name a price, I will decide whether I want it or not. It's like, oh, too much for me, or that's just right. So very, very rarely do I deal. It's sometimes it's due to the cash in my pocket. Like there was a dude that had something for $60. I asked him if he would take 50 because I had a $50 bill. I could have paid 60 for it, but like I had a 50 on me. And so those are the kinds of deals I'm kind of okay with. But if like, intentionally like, anyway, I'm not a haggler. So, but anyway, like I'm sure folks have had those kinds of situations where maybe you haggled a little too hard and maybe got too good of a deal. That's kind of how I felt about that blaster. And I felt that way for years. And it was one of those things. Once I started getting involved with SideFest, I was like, I wonder if Jamal remembers. Maybe, hopefully he does it. And then like in our last organization meeting, like our badge stuffing night, he's like, oh yeah, and I sold you that blaster. I'm like, oh, because it's like, it's one of those things where I'm like, I should give you more money because like in retrospect, that was a really good deal, almost too good of a deal. But that's part of being part of a community.
Right.
And that's the other thing too. It's like, he's hooking up a brother in the community and making sure that gets a good home for something that he doesn't want for his collection anymore. And that was the part I couldn't quite get past until very recently. So that was a very, very long story about that ironically enough has nothing to do with Whirl, but it does have to do with SideFest. But now we're side. Yeah, there you go. So there's that.
I only ever wheel and deal out of convenience, or maybe a better way to describe it would be on accident.
Yeah.
So I will like if I'm at someone's table and they've got I usually prefer to buy loose figures, right? So
Yep.
I because I'm gonna take them out of the box anyways. I don't display anything in box. But they've got a big pile of loose figures, and I've got like 4 things, and I've got like an armload of stuff, and they're kind of looking at it. They're like, okay, that one's 15, that one's 20, that one's 35, that one's 5. I'm like, uh, would you take 75? I can't do math.
Right.
I'm like,
Right.
I don't know how much all that is. Will you take 75? They're like, oh yeah, that's fair. I'm like, I hope so, because I don't remember what all these things together actually added up to. That is that's the closest I get.
That's awesome. That's hilarious. Let me I was looking for a document here that I don't know if I'm going to be able to find, but I'll keep looking for it. Would you like a question from the Pod decks?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I will narrow it down. I have a would you rather,
Ooh.
General interview questions, or what the heck ? Exclamation point. Actually, so what I should do is spoiler alerts. And Whirl, I appreciate you being the prototype for all of this because I think this is going to be how it's gonna go. So I'm going to read the descriptions of what these are so that everybody kind of knows. So back during COVID, I got into, like many of us, an existential funk, and I got into a bit of a slump in terms of wanting to create content. There was even that bit of existentialism of like, should I even be doing something as ridiculous as doing a podcast talking about transforming robot toys at a time where, this is a pretty significant time in our history. It's like, does this even matter? Do I even matter? That kind of stuff that I'm gladly working through with my therapist currently, and I'm getting back. But one of the things that came along, I saw this like on Instagram or something. There was this podcaster putting out basically pod decks that are they're just conversation starters, and it ended up being the first sponsorship for my podcast because it's like, hey man, do you host a show? Yes, I do. And it's like, well, hey, here's some pod decks. So let's give you some branded stuff. So even like some like there's like a whole year or so of my show that includes like my interview with Stan Bush, with Flint Dilley, maybe not Vince DiCola, but certainly David Kay, where it's like, hey, it's Mike Seibert Radio powered by Pod Decks, and basically they gave me like a discount code, and it's a story that kind of has a kind of lukewarm ending because basically the problem with like promo codes is like people have to use them. So I heard from folks that like bought these because like they heard me talking about them, but then they didn't put in the promo code, so I got precisely 0 credit and $0 from that sponsorship. But that's okay because like that was never really what I was in there for. I was just more flattered that somebody took an interest in my podcast and wanted was interested in doing like sponsor partnership things. But anyway, it was kind of these conversation starters that kind of got me out of my COVID funk a little bit. And I famously, though, I mean, I have like a half dozen of these. I have famously used them very, very little. Like, I mean, there's like 50 questions in each box, and and I famously don't get to them. So, but anyway, so like, let me read to you what these are. First, we have the green box, the What the Heck deck. What the Heck deck contains 50 unique conversation starting questions to help you take your podcast interviews to the next level and keep your audience entertained. That doesn't describe at all what that is. The interview deck contains 50 unique conversation starting questions to help you take your podcast interviews to the next level and keep your audience entertained. I see a pattern here.
I'm wondering what the third one is. Can you tell me about the third one?
Yeah, the Would You Rather deck contains the Would You Rather deck contains 50 unique conversation starting questions to help you take your podcast interviews to the next level and keep your audience entertained.
Nice.
They're all the same. Okay, so would you like from the pod decks a would you rather question, a interview question, or a what the heck question?
I'll try my hand at a what the heck question because I can kind of figure out what the other two are, but I've got no idea what the what the heck one is.
Yeah. Okay, very good. So we're going to crack open the what the heck, and I'm going to give these guys. I mean, I wish I was dexterous enough to move my camera down a little bit, and then so you could actually see me very poorly shuffling cards. Oh, hey, that almost worked. Holy smokes. I don't know if you all saw that, but like I almost was able to shuffle these cards in midair without us. Now it's falling apart now. Okay, so anyway, so these cards are mixed up. I'm gonna grab a what the heck. Okay, so Whirl's what the heck question is: would you ever pick up a hitchhiker? Question mark. Would you ever pick up a hitchhiker?
There have been times where I've thought about it,
Uh-huh.
but I was also raised as a woman, and I do sometimes put on the woman hat of, oh my god, anybody ever is going to kill me.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Like
but
at all times.
there are I have a friend from high school who that is she travels the country, and that is primarily how she does it. She is straight out of a movie. She hitchhikes places, she train hops, she does all this stuff, and she plays a banjo on a street corner for the cash to fund like food. And she is
What?
living life. She is having a great time. And sometimes I'm
Wow.
sitting there and I'm like, they're like, I know there are hitchhikers that are not going to kill me, but I've got no way of knowing which is which.
Right, right.
So,
How would you even know?
yeah,
It's like, I
right.
mean, I seen too many movies. You
Yeah.
know,
The other thing, I
that's that's wild.
so I live
Also, your friend's a hobo, by the way. That's
right.
that's what that is. Like
She's loving it though.
that's no, I mean that's awesome. I mean, that is man to just like living that life of freedom where you're just like busking on a corner to like,
Right?
get food money and whatnot and like literally riding the rails. That's dude, that's awesome. I love it. I love it.
There's this
Okay.
terrifying stretch between over in my part of the state. There is a stretch of road that is all rural, and it goes from one half of the county to the other half of the county. and it's about maybe 15 minutes down this long stretch. And there are signs all along this stretch that say like Department of Corrections, prisoner facility, do not pick up hitchhikers in this area.
Yes,
And
I
that's
know
the
exactly that stretch you're talking about. Oh my gosh. Yes. That's wild. Okay, so at this point now I see other folks are joining in the chat. So Whirl, I'm going to have you join the Brady Bunch. You know, I'm not going to take you off the stream. You're feel free and chat and interact and mingle. But my dude Paul has been hanging out here for what feels like a very, very long time. Let me bring in Paul and we'll do that. Paul, looks like you're muted. I don't know if it's by my hand or by yours, but
no, I can speak.
Oh, very good. I can hear you just fine. How you doing, my friend?
I'm good. You know, living the dream.
You came ready to draw.
What's that?
Came ready to draw some robots with coffee, didn't
I was just doing a comic strip, and then the notice came on for this thing. And I was like, oh, I gotta attend, and so I'm drawing. And the green room isn't that great, Mike. I'm sorry. There's no amenities here.
There's no snacks. There's no
snacks.
There's no nothing. And so, Paul, briefly, so I mean, I guess before, you know, I asked some of the same questions I just asked Whirl, so it's not as repetitive. Every show is somebody's first show. You were talking about your comic strip. Whirl had already name dropped Robots with Coffee. Do you want to tell folks that are joining us here that might not be as familiar with RWC what is the Robots and why do they want coffee? What's Robots with Coffee about?
Robots with Coffee is the name of the comic strips that I make. I call them Dad Jokes Gone Wrong, Dad Jokes Gone Deadly. Just, you know, goofy looking, stupid looking robots that take things literally. And they're drawn by a very crabby person named Mort, who is me. And I have a coloring book, and I've got a bunch of comic strip books that I have at conventions. And I see you at TFCon. That's where I met you, was at TFCon.
Yeah.
And, well, I think I've seen World there too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on
Twitter. My memory is not great right now, so.
Yeah, I like how this show has become help Mike jog his memories. Because that just kind of seems to be part of the vibe. So yeah, Paul, you actually answered the first question I was going to ask. It's like how we got acquainted, and you know, certainly we met IRL in a TFCon Chicago. Chicago is home for y'all, right?
Yeah, I've born and raised. I've lived here a whole lot. Yeah,
it's interesting. Like oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I said, and then if you know Jesse, he's from DC. My other half, the guy who helps me out. But yeah, I'm from Chicago.
That's awesome, because like I remember I rolled up to y'all's table and the with you and Jesse, and I remember seeing like a flag on the Robots with Coffee banner, and I'm just like, are these guys communists? What does that mean? I am such an ignorant Washingtonian that I did not recognize it as the Illinois flag, and I feel very it
was the Chicago flag. Wait, hold on, does this show up?
Oh, that looks great. That? Oh, look at that. It's a Mike Cyber Radio. I love it. So now I feel doubly embarrassed, because it's one of those things where, like, you ever have that thought where it's like, I think it's this, but Lizard Brain says, nope, it's the Illinois flag. It's not the Chicago flag. And I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure it's the Chicago flag. And I stuck my neck out and I got it wrong. My apologies to all of Chicago. It's a cool flag, by the way.
Yeah, we people are sticking on everything now to try and sell their stuff, which is, if you're from Chicago now, you have to have the 4 stars and the 2 bars.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Very interesting.
I've been like I just got a Twitter notice that I've had my Twitter account for 10 years.
Whoa.
But I've been making comics as Mort for 9 years. Sort of a shift where I was doing like personal comics and sports comics for like 6 or 7 years, maybe longer. And then I just really liked the Transformers fandom, was just a way to get out of the house. Like for a while, and that's when I came up with doing this, and that's what I do. So I'll have to do some fine tuning on that, but that's what I was. I just finished up another strip before, and it smells like ink in my apartment now.
That's incredible. I love it. Well, Paul, while I got you here, and before we we bring in our next guest, pick a number between 1 and 30 for a super secret question.
17 for Mark Grace.
17. Okay. What is your favorite version of Starscream?
Oh, G1.
Wow. No hesitation.
No hesitation. Well, I mean, I'm of that age, so that's just where G1 is king, and G1 is king especially because of the errors and because of the nonsense.
Yes.
And I know it's like, well, it's not serious. Like, if you take G1 seriously, you take it seriously by not taking it seriously. But G1 Starscream is king, and briefly he was king.
Literally,
but my band,
yes, I mean, had a crown and everything.
Yeah, he had a crown and everything. My band, Hired Goons, plug. We have a song. I don't know if you got one of the CDs, but we did an EP last year called EP of Horror. But we added a song on there just for the show. So if you picked up a CD from the show, it had a extra song called Starscream, which was about G1 Starscream, and I'll have to send you the file so you can play it later.
I have the disc. In fact, actually, for podcast listeners, because I mean, obviously, I can't do it here on the live stream, but live stream, Starscream's live stream. I'll drop it in right here for folks to listen to. So, and I'll even throw a link in the show notes for folks to check you out and all that.
Cool.
So if folks are curious about the robots with coffee and wanted to learn more, where can folks check out the strips and stuff?
Everything shows up eventually on robotswithcoffee.com. So provided I'm consistent, there's usually strips and just doodles, and I review movies that came out like 70 years ago for some reason. So that's where it all shows up. And then, there's links to social media. If you just look for Robots with Coffee, one word, you should find me on various places.
Perfect. Very cool.
Yeah.
Quick question for from the chat here. My buddy Nick chimed in. Mark Grace and not Ryan Sandberg? Question mark.
I guess Grace was my guy. I like playing first base. I liked Rhino too. And for anyone who loved the old school late 80s, early 90s Cubs, Hawk and I was just now his name's Rick Wilkins was the catcher. Greg Maddux before he hightailed it off to Atlanta for like the greatest career in baseball pitching history. So yeah, some early Cubs love there.
Oh my
early
gosh.
Early 90s Cub love.
It took me more than a quarter minute to think that you guys were talking about baseball and not professional wrestling. Because I don't know. Because my buddy Nick is big into WWE. He put a comment in there earlier, the CM Punk logo. So I don't. I don't know if that's in reference to the drawing or what, but like, so now I was getting the streams crossed with wrestling talk, with baseball talk, and it's all a mess. It's all a mess.
17 was Mark Grace's number on the Cubs. There you go.
Got it. Perfect. Okay, Paul. Well, I'm gonna bring in our next guest, and again, you're
right.
welcome to hang out and pipe in and all that other stuff, and again, don't be bashful, because like, I mean, this is one of those things where like folks gotta like start. It's like let them fight, that kind of thing. Hopefully, there'll be no more.
I don't think we're gonna go that way. So, is that kind of show?
Paul, I think he wants us to fight. You gotta dig it out, man.
It's gonna be a really awkward morning the next day,
Got it. Okay, yeah. Well, so the chat is blowing up, and poor Michael Andrews. I'm just gonna bring in Michael Andrews right now before I start reading off chats. Too fast. What? Too furious. It's the second mic. How we doing, buddy?
Good. I've been like sitting back here like Eminem style. Like, come on, let me in.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go. No spaghetti.
Well, and it's funny because like there was a point, because like I could see who's hanging out in the green room, and I'm just like, oh man, he's away from the mic. Like Paul had his camera turned off for a few, and I'm like, oh man, is Paul there? Can I go to Paul? I don't know what's gonna happen. So Michael Andrews was like in the back, like again doing his Eminem thing. I'm like, I don't know if he's ready or not. But I realized I was at a transitional phase where I was just gonna start reading the chat, and I'm like, I've got Michael Andrews sitting in there, and I don't want to make him wait anymore. But I do have a couple quick things from the chat. Yes. Ed wrote, "Hey y'all, can't stay. I'll catch you on the replay. Congrats on 400. Thank you so much, Ed. Big fan of the show." Nick adds, "Add a sound wave behind Mike. LOL." And Nick again, Andre Dawson! Exclamation point. Yes, and that's a nod from Paul. So I think we're right in the pocket here. My buddy Aaron from APDC, historic first baseman. Geez, it's like, okay, so now I get it. Nick again, CM Punk logo is the Chicago logo, Mike. I just followed all the Robots and Coffee social medias.
Yes.
Michael Andrews' name is Rabbit now ?
Oh,
because the Eminem and Eminem,
yes,
Eminem and Eminem.
For my favorite film, 8 Mile. Yes, of course.
Yes, the iconic classic. Okay,
I
so
actually love that movie.
It's legit good. It is a Oscar-winning picture.
Unless you guys don't like it, then I hate it.
Yeah, it's like, my favorite episode of Transformers anything is Along Came a Spider. Oh man, this episode is way problematic. I hate this episode.
I'm breezy. I just go where the winds take me.
Oh my gosh, I feel so bad about that. That was a great episode though. So great that we've split it into two parts. But so yeah, let's give some of the folks what they want. We could talk a little Two Mikes, Two Furious animated Transformers are my other show, I guess you would call it there. Though, interesting factoid, the thing about Mike Seibert Radio is that it's, for the years that I've been doing this, it has never been the same thing for very long. So this is one of those stories I mentioned that I would probably tell. Once upon a time, I was a college radio DJ. I'm not going to go further back into the story about how like I needed a career change and went to the Green River Community College to enroll in the IT program, and then saw a flyer on the wall that said, "Be on the radio. We have a radio station." I'm going to skip that.
Going backwards, right?
Right. I'm going to skip that part for now because I feel like I've told that particular version of the story a lot recently. But no, like I started as a college radio DJ, did a show called Mike After Dark, and it was literally me in the summertime. And anybody who knows me knows that naming things, not my first best strength, along with brevity. But there was another one of the hosts there who had a hang up with the fluorescent lights in the studio. They were really buzzy, and this person was convinced that came through the microphones and out through the radio. That person was crazy. But anyway, he would turn off the lights during his show. Fortunately, it was a post-rock emo show, so it was always appropriate. So it's like we're really getting deep into those 2015 emo feels, broadcasting in the dark with the lights off. So when my first version of my first radio show was at like 10 o'clock at night on a Monday night, and it was nighttime. And I remember the first time I went to go do a show, because that was the show I had trained on. It had been part of this post-rock show. I instinctively turned off the lights. And I was like, hey, I remember this vividly. Like I did like an Instagram video. I was like, hey man, it's time for a little mic click after dark. And I'm like, hey, maybe that's just the name of the show. But anyway, like the show has always been kind of whatever I want it to be that particular day. Like when I was at KGRG, it was music focused, and then gradually shifted to be music and fun focused, where I started playing like nerd rock and, you know, like Kirby Crackle and Mega Ran and MC Lars and Death Star and all that, MC Front a lot, you know, that kind of stuff, bringing some of that kind of music energy to it, stuff that, you know, of course you would play on a college today's rock station for sure. But after I graduated from Green River and finished my radio program, I still had the bug. I still had the itch. I've talked a lot about being bit by the bug and how, you know, my trajectory changed from being a IT graduate to being a radio broadcaster. Like whatever the path was before, my path was altered that summer 2015. And I had already, through coursework, created a podcast, and was putting coursework up there. We made podcasts for school, for class. So I already had like a half dozen episodes of a podcast already up and already ready to go. All the infrastructure was already done. So all I really needed to do is continue. And that's what I ended up doing. And in the early goings of Mike Seibert Radio, which is what I called it because I didn't know what else to call it. You know, it's like, because I just needed to name, I was hosting on SoundCloud at the time, and I just needed to have a name for the SoundCloud. And I was just like, you know, we'll just call it Mike Seibert Radio. I'll figure out another name later. 7 years later, it's still the same name. So, but that's just what it was. And it evolved from whatever I was interested in. It's like the first year, 2017 of Mike Seibert Radio is a hodgepodge of interviews with bands, as well as me just talking about various things. TV show reviews, movie reviews, interviews, conversations with friends. The Transformers stuff doesn't really pick up until 2018. In fact, I would think that my interview with Ben about Sidefest might have been the first Transformers adjacent thing that I did. And then slowly, you know how interests change and tastes shift. You're into different things. So it's like suddenly I'm into Transformers. And because that's what I was interested in, Mike Seibert Radio was always stuff and things that are on my mind. And those stuff and those things would constantly change. You know, I would talk about like vacations and adventures. I did like 3 episodes on our vacation to China, for example. You know, I'm just doing whatever the hell, and it's always been that way. It's a very, very long way, very, very, very long way of saying that the one thing that Mike Seibert Radio has always lacked is focus. It's like, is it a Transformers podcast? Kind of, but not really. and I can see where my download numbers come in. It's like, oh, hey, we're talking about Transformers. Okay, great. Next episode, he's doing a KGRG reunion show. Huge drop in listens. And that's part of the reason why I kind of put that in that form. Like, do you listen to every episode, and, what drives why you listen? I always envisioned Mike Seibert Radio as just kind of being like a buffet table. It's like, oh, this isn't to my taste, or this is to my, I haven't seen that movie, so I'm going to skip it. I have seen that movie. I want to hear what Mike has to say about it. That kind of thing. There's probably folks that might be checking out Mike Seibert Radio that have no interest in Transformers, that kind of thing. And maybe they just, want me to go back to doing music reviews or something like that. I don't know, but it's always gone just wherever my interest has taken me. That is a very long way to say that when Michael Andrews and I got together to do Two Mikes, Too Furious, it brought the one thing that I have been craving for 8 years, and that's focus. And it's fascinating to do a podcast that is focused on one thing, where it's just, we're doing a watch through of Transformers Animated. And it's great. And it's interesting to cultivate a fandom from nothing. Like we've talked about this in our show in Two Mikes, Too Furious proper, but like a lot of the listener feedback we get is from folks that don't know us. So it's not like Aaron and the APDC gang. It's not necessarily Whirl and the Cybfest gang. It's not like all of our friends. It's new people, folks we didn't know. And that is the part that's been like the most weirdly satisfying. And quite frankly, the download numbers show that. Like Two Mikes, Too Furious episodes on just like a pure number thing outperform Mike Seibert Radio 3-1. It's like I can see it. So like it's
You're welcome.
Absolutely. And I'm grateful for that focus that you've given me, Michael Andrews, is like, actually focusing on one thing. Because there was a time where I thought we would just do those episodes here in the Mike Seibert Radio feed. And I'm just like, nah, this thing needs its own attention. And I'm so glad I did it. But that's it. That's a very, very long way of saying, like, I think that's a primer on Mike Seibert Radio. I think that's also not really also kind of a primer on Two Mikes, Too Furious. Michael Andrews, my first opening question to you, now that you've been on with us for over 10 minutes, the thing that I'm asking everybody as they join the stream is, how did we meet? How did we get first connected? I know how we're connected now, but what was that first thing?
Oh my. Well, first of all, I didn't know your origin story, so that was really cool to hear. Actually, as much as
You've never heard that story before?
No, I didn't.
Oh wow,
that's really interesting.
I hadn't either. That was new to me.
Yeah. That's really cool.
Ask me as much follow-up questions as you like, because like I don't know what people know or remember or whatever's, but
no, that's really cool. I was gonna say we met in person at TFCon Chicago 2017. 2018? Was it 2018?
Yeah, because I wasn't even in the fandom in 17.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. But I think before that, we had kind of started linking up a little bit on Twitter, just for being mutual follows of APDC. So I'd say that's our origin. But yeah, we definitely met at TFCon and had a wild night at the hotel bar.
Yeah.
Got a little loose with the APDC guys and some other content creators. That was a great night. Great.
That's one for the books. And it underscores how very sad it was returning to TFCon Chicago this last year. You have, it was so sad that like the restaurant had closed. They were happy to serve us drinks, but I was like, if we order a pizza, can we eat it in here? Yeah, sure, man. We're not going to make any food. We'll serve you drinks. So we ordered a pizza, and it's like Caleb actually did all the pizza ordering. All the credit goes to him. I just kind of like drove it just a little more, but like it's it's Caleb and Aaron. I don't remember if Ryan was there or not, but like it's like us and Aaron Archer and Jim Sorensen and Andy, who designed my logos, Go Andy Robo, and like a couple other, and we're all just like gathered around noshing on pizza, just shooting the breeze. So that was fun.
Awesome.
that ended up being awesome in an otherwise sad thing, because the hotel, the convention, it's like they didn't want us to be there. It was weird. Like they closed super early. And like, so like the bar we hung out in, Michael Anders, the Visibility Bar, that was a victim of COVID, never reopened again. It's like, it was like it was a husk. So like we kind of like hung around and mingled, but yeah, if you wanted to drink, you had to go to the Bill Murray Sadness Caddyshack bar.
I remember that too. Were there like shadows of us in the hotel bar, like burned into the wall from our first time there?
Yes. Yes,
So.
absolutely. A comment from Aaron: if Michael was there, pizza would have been on the table an hour earlier. That is absolutely true, because we dragged our feet on that too. It's like, hey man, so hey, Jim Sorensen, Aaron Archer, if we get a pizza, would you want in on that? Yeah, absolutely. Hey Caleb, how many pizzas do we think we need? So there was some legislation. Aaron, since you're there in the chat, were you there eating pizza as well? Because like I remember Caleb and like the meat sandwiches, but I don't remember what Aaron was. He was probably hanging out with like Diecast and like all those other folks. But anyway, Michael Andrews, I think I totally interrupted your story with a different story.
Oh no, yeah, we were just talking about our origin, and yeah, that was just a big convention for me. Like I'd been to TFCon Chicago once before that, but this one like blew it out of the water. I got to meet you, the APDC guys. The Transformers trading card game was like hot off the presses. People were playing that, talking about that. I went down to the hotel bar, was two-fisting drinks, went around to room parties for my first time ever. And I've been to lots of different conventions. I've never gone to room parties. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to venture out and see what happens. And it was a blast.
So,
and then the world ended, and then I never did it again.
yeah, that's true. Well, and to say nothing about the do we even want to talk about TFCon LA? Because that is what history will remember as not my finest hour. So what had happened was, so TFCon LA was in March of 2019, and it was the first TFCon LA, and I was determined to go because, again, I'm still young in the fandom, and since it's Los Angeles, there's a convergence, a disproportionate amount of guests and high profile folks. So I have this Transformers the movie poster that I've decided I want to get autographed by as many people as I can while they're still here. I got Jack Angel, who's no longer with us, that kind of thing. So but anyway, like I remember talking to my wife, talking to Lucky, saying like, I really want to go to this one because of the overwhelming amount of guests. I think it's going to be a once in a lifetime opportunity. And in a lot of ways it was, but, I have this habit of overextending myself and burning multiple candles at multiple ends, not just, burning it at both ends, but also having a lighter going in the middle as well. And so I was still involved in kind of the local Seattle nerd music scene. And I was super homies with Kyle Stevens and his band Kirby Crackle, which, as folks might know, is basically the pioneers of nerd rock. Nerdcore's been a thing forever. MC Chris, MC Frontalot, MC Lars, MC everybody. All these folks are generally MCs. I remember my co-host on KGRG at the time, back in like 2016, said like, "Hey man, when are we going to play this new McLars track?" I'm like, "McLars?" And she's like, "Yeah, and she was being totally earnest. Like I thought she was doing jokes. She's 17 years old. It's like she didn't know. And she's like, "Yeah, man, you you were talking about this new McLars." I'm like, "Oh, the MC Lars. Yes. Sorry. I felt really bad because that was a time where it's like I laughed and was unintentionally laughing at her, but I didn't realize that that's why I was doing it at the time, because it was up to me to explain and I didn't. Anyway, I was homies with Kirby Crackle, who kind of took nerdcore and added guitars to it. Suddenly got nerd rock. So they that was Emerald City Comic Con weekend here in Seattle. Same weekend as TFCon LA. And prior to COVID, Kirby Crackle would host a show called Crackle Fest at the Hard Rock Cafe in downtown Seattle, just blocks away from the Washington State Convention Center, home of Emerald City Comic Con. And Kyle, the front man, had invited me to MC the event before I had decided I wanted to go to TFCon LA. So, and I was really excited about it because even in the moment, I'm standing on stage at the Hard Rock and you look down, there's a rug there and it says Hard Rock Cafe Seattle. And I even stopped, as I'm emceeing, I'm like, holy shit, you guys, I'm on stage at the Hard Rock. Holy crap. That kind of thing. So I hosted that Friday night, got home at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, slept for about 90 minutes. My wife woke me up, threw me in her car. I think, did she have the Jeep at the point? Yes. Threw me in her Jeep, dropped me off at the airport. She's like, shove, I don't want to deal with you. Your friends could deal with you. Because I'm like, I don't want to go. I was cranky and hungover and not feeling it. And that was a feeling that stuck with me for 3 days. So I touched down Los Angeles, I don't know, noon-ish, I think. No, it was 9 a.m., something like that. It took me a while to get there. But anyhow, I kind of dipped in and out on the flight. Wait, were we on that same flight? Is that what you're saying here in the chat here? I wonder if we were unconscious on the same flight. You took the Saturday morning flight too? I think you're muted.
Hello? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Incidentally, real quick, I love editing podcasts that you're on with me because when you flip down your microphone there, it makes a very audible sound. Yes.
Oh, does it? I had no idea.
It is so cool. And it's funny because mostly I edit them out though. But seeing it here live in video where it's shink. Bam. Very cool. Very funny.
It's very useful.
But yes. But anyway, sorry. So I get the feeling I'm going to do this a lot. It's it's still my birthday or something like that. And incidentally, my birthday's super over.
No, let's keep it going. Come on. We need some birthday energy here.
Well, I don't know, man, because on Tuesday we had a birthday party at work for the September birthdays, of which it's me and one other person. So it's yeah, birthday attention for me. But then we all went to the movies that night. We went to go see Expendables, aka Expendables 4, and we went with a deep crew. There was 9 of us. And it reminds me of when I was young and we would go to the movies with your birthday party, you have a movie birthday party. So it felt very much like that. And it was I don't know. It reminds me of when I was in high school and we all went to go see Spawn in the theater for my birthday, and that movie is not good, but I remember it very fondly because there was a dozen of my friends and it was a great time. But anyway. So Whirl, flight to LA.
Again,
you're still muted.
Again,
how did that happen a second time? I'm just gonna
I have to slam it or it doesn't work.
Right. Oh, okay, gotcha.
But no, so I did Friday at Emerald City, and then I did the same thing. Went home and slept for a very brief period of time, and then got on a flight very very early in the morning and went to LA. And I had gotten there was a divide of Transformers artists that were at Comic-Con and Transformers artists that were at TFCon.
Yes.
And I had gotten I was still living with my parents and I had a bunch of expendable income. So I had bought a bunch of commissions. And I still have a big binder of all my commissions I had gotten.
Awesome.
So I spent Friday pretty much running around picking up all the commissions that I had gotten. And I had each artist I had arranged this with beforehand, and I had said, "Hey, I'm going to TFCon. Can I pick this up from you on Friday?" And they'd be like, "Yes, I can do that. Perfect." And then I'd say, "Hey, I'm coming to TFCon on Saturday. I can get it from you anytime before you leave." Right? We had packed like 6 people into one room, and we had all gotten there at different times. This specific flight was myself, Monica, and Joelle. Mike, I think you know them. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so there's a picture somewhere of like the 3 of us just like dead tired in an airport, like bags under our eyes. I've got this like frog Nick pillow, and we're all just like all of us are taking this like super cute like selfie. We're going on a trip. We're going to LA. Woohoo! But we all look dead.
Yeah.
And that's a very iconic selfie from the 3 of us, I think. So it was a good weekend. It was very busy. I do remember I saw you very briefly, Mike. And you were like, "Hey, how are you doing?" I was like, "Good," and then we didn't talk the rest of the weekend.
And there was like a whole crew of us from Seattle, and like
Right.
almost none of us connected at any time. Though, but I would imagine that Whirl, you and your crew were not nearly as bitchy as I was. Like, I don't know how I'm still friends with the folks I'm friends with, because like I get into the hotel. Aaron and I were split in a room. He was still sleeping. I'm like, "Oh, motherfucker, let's go." And like, I was just unrepentantly bitchy, just like contentious and surly. I think surly is a apropos word. So it's just like, I remember famously that this kind of what typifies the entirety of the experience for me during Saturday was like, we all decided to have lunch. And I think this was like at noon, like what was during the costume contest. And I think like some folks were interested. I had something that I was interested in later, but I just remember this lunch that included myself, Aaron, my from APDC, my uncle Chris, my uncle Tim, who had flown into not to hang out with me. They made it known several times that I wasn't there to entertain them. They just wanted to, because my uncle Tim is like a old school Transformers fan from like G1 and stuff. And I tried to get him back in with Dreamwave, and it never really took. But anyway, so it's like once they heard that I was going to a Transformers convention, that's like, "Oh, hey, well, let's check that out." So it's like a family thing, it's a friends thing. And Michael Andrews was there, and his partner was with him as well. And I don't remember who all was there at the table, but all I do remember is that I was just surly and bitchy like the whole time, like to the point where I think I was making people uncomfortable, where I was just like just in just like a really, really bad mood. And I remember there was a couple times where even Michael Andrews is like, "I don't know about all this." I think we started flirting with a conversation about Star Wars: The Last Jedi. And I'm like, I can't even talk about. I'm like, it was too soon. I mean, this was March of 2019. It was too soon. But anyway, like I just remember that famously, to where I was just bitch on wheels that at least that day. And then I started drinking, and then everything was fine.
Yeah,
Because like that because that Saturday night in the outside bar area, which incidentally the hotel in LA, that is like the best place to have a TFCon, like between like the pool and the outside bar. Some of my best convention memories happen out there. Good stuff. But anyway, we proceeded to get real tossed and hung out with a very English guy who we learned bought a vintage black Zarek right there off the show floor, took it up to his room, cracked it open.
Oh,
It's like it was wild. It's just like one of those weird, wild stories. But anyway, I think where I was going with this? I think we were still talking about convention stuff, and I think I managed to interrupt both Whirl and Michael Andrews all at the same
Everybody.
time, and
Everybody in the
drove
chat,
Paul away.
Everybody in the world, yeah. You got us all.
Oh, Paul has joined us in the chat. I may have booted myself. Thank you for having me on. Mike Cyber is a pretty neat guy. Thank you for coming, Paul. Really, really appreciate it. Stop that. Okay. All right. So one glance through the chat. Let's see. Nick, my lazy ass needs to get podcast out there about this part of Mike's story. Oh yeah. I sat with my dude, Nick. We killed like the equivalent of like a fifth of whiskey and talked on a podcast for like 5 hours. And that audio has never seen the light of day. It may one day, but we'll see how that goes. Aaron, I was hobnobbing with all the TF greats. That's right. That's what he was doing. Jeff, easy for editing to see in the waveform. Oh yeah, the flip. Michelangelo 354, hearing you guys talk about pizza with the greats was like stabbing me on the altar of my own church. Yeah. You could have gone. It was in Chicago. It's
I
close
was
to
just
Minnesota.
sitting there listening to that being like, that's what happened. And you were talking about it like, it was okay. It was like my second best year there. That's the greatest thing that could ever happen to a person.
It was pretty damn cool. It was pretty damn cool.
God.
All right. So I have there's folks in the green room. Okay, we're gonna roll the dice. I don't know what's gonna happen here. Let's see. We're gonna hey Mike S, I'm listening. Go ahead and take me off the screen. I'm on Midwest time. Okay, very good. Let's add to the stage. Let's go with Icon Ghost 420. Mystery caller, identify yourself. Enter and sign in, please.
Woo! Hey, Mike.
Jesus. Fucking hey.
Hey, other Mike.
You know what's really
Hello.
dumb is it's right there in the name. Ladies and gentlemen, the ghost of the iconic moment.
How's it going?
It's going good.
Going
How,
good, Ghost.
Somebody asked the ghost of the iconic moment a question.
Is the iconic moment in the room with us now?
Yeah,
Yes.
right. We're doing a seance.
I felt a chill.
Here I am. Look behind you.
You can't just say things like that.
When you feel that dank smoke on the back of your neck, that's them.
Right.
Smell something? Well, I thought I'd call in. I'm not working right now. I'm on strike.
Oh, that's
I'm
right.
a member
Yeah.
of the UAW, the Undead Apparition Workers.
I love that the
Yeah.
ghost digital drift makes him literally a ghost in the machine. This is incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is great.
honey 80. Autopilot up to the ass, they don't call me Go under their heads. They're too cool for school with their me and their beeswarts. Beeswarts.
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Beeswarts. Anyway.
These warts.
On my hands, I wrote you a song to celebrate your 400th episode. Do you want to hear it?
Desperately.
Okay, here we go. Hold on a second.
If you want to toast the podcast and you want.
All right. Woo. Woo. Yeah. Hi, I'm excited. I like to talk about stuff and things like Megatron and X-Wings. William Riker has a beard like mine that's so full and trim. Sometimes I dream I am him. Lifting the bone. I like Cybert.
Oh my
Yeah.
I'm crying. I'm actually crying.
Got shiny
Oh,
headphones, so I look real cool. I'm on my show. What I say next, I don't know. Look out! Transformers adjacent. We can talk G1 and Beast Wars too, but we don't discuss you know who. Is it Michael Bay? No fucking way. I talk about things and stuff. Things and stuff I like. Yeah. Make good choices with your life.
with your
Last name
life.
Cybert. First name Mike. Yeah. Happy 400th, Mike. I gotta go now. I have a date with Ice Spice. Peace out.
Oh.
How do you
Okay. Oh, and he's gone. And he's gone.
Just as fast as he lived, he
He
died.
turned Whirl into a ghost too. I can't, all caps. Oh my gosh. Ghost of the dial-up moment though. Michael Andrews, that is a great line there that you put in the chat. The ghost needs better Wi-Fi. That from Aaron. No, I think it's just right. Jeff McMillan. Incidentally, Jeff is the general manager of or director of director of broadcasting over at Green River College. He is the current keeper of the legacy and the future of KGRG. I just recently did a interview with him and engineer John Kasprick. We talked a lot about the future of KGRG. Cool dude. Anyway, check out that podcast in the back catalog. It's a lot of fun. So, but anyway, Jeff adds the auto tune on this song is amazing, and I concur. Oh man, I'm like out of breath. That is too. But I was going to ask the ghost a question from the What the Heck deck, but so the question that I would have asked the ghost of the iconic moment, what is the strangest skeleton you ever discovered in someone's closet? That from the Pod Deck's What the Heck deck. What is the strangest skeleton you ever discovered in someone's closet? I thought the ghost would have had something good for that, but what evs. Hey friends, here comes a new challenger. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Holy smokes, it's Joe-Bot.
Yeah.
Hi, Joe-Bot.
I gotta find a way to like. Oh, it's terrific. How about you, my friend?
Doing good. Trying to recover from that last guess, but I think I'll try to follow up on that one too. Thanks. But here we go.
Oh, you got a song too?
Oh, yeah. 1, 2. Oh, hold on, Michael Andrews, drop that beat for me.
Oh yeah.
My name is Mike. I like Old
You
Spice.
are Mike.
Mike.
Oh, Ice Spice. The ghost just texted me to tell me he called in from an iPad in his truck. Oh my gosh, I can't with all of this.
Awesome.
Joe, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you being part of the madness. I promised it was going to be Buck Wild. Is this not Buck Wild?
I came just for a sleepover. I'm here for a slumber party.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know. I'm practically in bed. I was like ready to go to bed. I started chugging some Mountain Dew. Let's do this thing.
Oh no.
I got the 2023 mystery flavor.
Oh yeah, the voodoo.
Yeah, very popular.
Oh
yeah.
man. I
We
wonder if
usually drink
Eileen's
pop,
done
I
a.
usually drink Mountain Dew, but I had to try this.
I don't know. I'd have to go back through their Instagram to see if Eileen has done a Mountain Dew review on that one yet. Which I live for that. I live for Cave Mouse TV's Mountain Dew review. It's my favorite thing. But anyway, Joe-Bot. So everyone that's been joining us, I start with a instead of like every show is somebody's first show, blah 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 blah. Since my memory is going bad, where did we first meet? How did we get acquainted? Because I don't even know if I know anymore.
we're not supposed to talk about it, but it was Fight Club.
Oh, man.
Was where we first met. Yeah. We were. They were setting us up, but me and you ended up liking each other a lot more than that, and ended up just kind of hanging out afterwards, and that's where we met.
Nice. I love it. Okay, so
we met just on Twitter, just kind of liking each other's posts and saying hi on things like that. And you invited me on a podcast one day, and then that was it.
And now we're here. Delightful. All right, so Joebot, pick a number between 1 and 30.
16.
16. What is your favorite combiner team?
I'm simple. I like the aerial bots. I'd probably say the best out of all of them, just because I was there for. Yeah, I was there for original G1. I remember getting those planes and seeing them form the bigger robot and just blowing my like 7-year-old mind. It was like the coolest thing to see. And they were jets, so you couldn't get any cooler than that. And until dinosaurs, but that was way later on.
Those combine now too,
I know. I actually was fiddling around with the small one that they just completed recently.
Oh, wow. By the way?
It's cool. I mean, for what they're trying to do, I mean, they're trying to make a combiner, a dinosaur, and a robot out of what do they call them now? Not Scout or Legends. It's a core class. Out of a core class toy. They're trying to do a lot, and I think they succeed. It's not something you're going to get in 50 poses and get a ton of articulation out of, but sitting on the desk or on a shelf, it looks really nice. And I mean, it's a Dinobot combiner team, so that's awesome too.
I love it. Okay, so Joe, while I got you here, and actually, so any
wait, what's your favorite combiner? Aren't these questions supposed to be for you?
Yeah.
We weren't submitting them to answer our questions.
So here's the deal. So this is from like old ass Tumblr. It's the Transformers Ask List question. And so there are 30 different questions. And so I thought for fun, we would, and they're numbered. So it's like, hey, pick a number. I've done these already. I did it back in but I did it so long ago that I almost have to go back to that episode, re-listen to it and cringe, because again, I was still very, very young in the fandom, but I'm sure my answers have changed quite a bit as I've been more involved in the fandom. But yeah, so I did an episode where I run through these questions already.
No, answer them now, compare and contrast.
I was gonna say that. So what question did I ask Paul? Oh, number 17. What is your favorite version of Starscream? So I'll start with that one. And I would go G1 as well. But I for the limited time I've seen him, animated Starscream is really growing on me. I think what Tom Kenny is doing with the voice is interesting, because it's kind of an impression, but it's still kind of its own thing. I just, spoilers alerts, just watched the 2-part finale of season 1 of TFA, Megatron Rising, and you get some good ass Starscream in there. So maybe it's recency bias. I also really like what Frank Dodaro does with the role, because it's the same thing where it really invokes the spirit of Chris Latta. It is kind of an impression, but I like very little of the War for Cybertron trilogy on Netflix, but I love all the Starscream stuff. Like one of the moments that I still think about is like at the end of Kingdom, where he has this confrontation with Megatron and he's just like, I can fly. And he jumps off the arc, flips into a plane and takes off. It's a very cool Starscream Megatron moment there. And the stuff that Jason was doing with the Megatron voice too was also Very, very cool. Highlights in an otherwise bleak series, but as for combiners, I go the oldest of the oldest school. I'm a Devastator guy. And to really throw some kerosene on this, I don't necessarily care for the Scramble City combiners, like whether they be Superion or Bruticus or Menasor. They've all been too generic for my taste. Like they're like, we've seen it now kind of as these characters are revisited, like with Menasor, it doesn't really matter which one is on which leg. There's nothing like once you get like the Motormaster shell, it's just cars hanging off of him. Puzzler is more visually interesting to me than Menasor. So you could, I am at Mike Cybert Radio if you want to flame me, but it was recently my birthday, so maybe don't. But that's just me. I like Devastator because I like the uniformity of the color scheme, and it just feels very cohesive. Each piece is identifiable by its own part. Like, you know which leg is which, that kind of thing. So it just adds to a more visually interesting silhouette. So yeah, I just that, and being so into Transformers the movie as I am, one of the things that I really appreciate is the sense of emphasis and dread that they put on the danger of Devastator. They really build him up. He really kind of does fuck all in that movie, but it's like, it's deep nighttime, and it's like their defenses are broken. I got that mixed up, but it's like, Constructicons merge for the kill. It's like, smoking these fools with guns and stuff isn't enough. Now we need a giant ass robot to tear through these walls. And the thing that it's actually like kind of like one of my favorite Transformers moments in general, if not maybe just like a weird cinematic moment, but like this part where Daniel sees what's happening. He's like, Cup, Hot Rod, look. And this line delivery from Lionel Stander as Cup, when he looks over the wall and he sees that it's Devastator, and he just says it with so much fear and reverence in his breath. None of the combiners have ever been treated like that, including Devastator himself. Like, he becomes a pushover in season 2. The combiners are easily beaten, but that's the one time that a combiner is the most terrifying thing that the Autobots can encounter, at least up to that point. And they've already fought off the entire Decepticon army. So, but anyway, so for that's why I go Devastator. So, let's see, where do we want to go from here? So, Michael Andrews, did you want to weigh in on the combiner discourse, or did you already? Okay, cool.
Well, I really love Computron.
Yeah.
Just my all-time, always been my favorite. I love the glittery, like when he's calculating. I really like that sort of animation. And just kind of like the futuristic nature of the vehicles, the orange. I love everything about it.
Nice. And Whirl, how about you? Combiner discourse?
I have to stay on brand and say Victorion.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And what rules about Victorion is it brings back some of that uniformity that resonates with me about Devastator. It's like, the red and teal color scheme is pretty darn cool.
It is. It's very fun.
And there's nothing wrong with a combiner with a heckin' sword. So I'm I'm there for that as well.
I really liked their depiction in the most recent comics. I don't know how those sit with fans, but the most recent, like the 2019 edition of the comics.
Oh no, I don't think I've actually read any of those yet.
I don't think anyone has, but I collected them all in one volume.
Oh, we're not going to be able to now. Those are super out of print. Oh no.
Yeah. I know. I saw them start to go out of print, and I was like, just snatching them up.
Yeah.
What was interesting
nice.
is the character's name Jumpstream? How they gave her teleportation powers like Skywarp, and they kind of had like a little storyline in that book. That was really interesting the way they did that. I like that part with her.
Yeah. Yeah, I just went to a crazy comic book sale where they were selling like 25-cent comics just for like a warehouse thing, and I picked up a bunch of like just cool covers that I wanted, and a lot of them were the Jumpstream, because they had like a lot of artists did like renditions of that arc where she was hopping through dimensions.
Nice.
Very cool.
Very, very cool. Well, one quick skim of the chat here. I meant to give shout outs to our buddy Matthew Barbario. He's out in the chat. Hey, Mike, congratulations on 400 episodes. Thank you. Great to see you too. And on this podcast, I can actually see you. Yeah, that's the thing. So Matthew is one of our fans that we've cultivated, for lack of a better term, through Two Mikes Too Furious. Like, you know, I don't think he had awareness of Mike Seibert Radio or me or Michael Andrews, but is a fan of TFA and kind of found us that way. So and this dude gives the best comments and analysis out on YouTube. Like, the one thing that I'm so thankful for putting up the Two Mikes Too Furious episodes on YouTube is, I mean, people could consume podcasts however they want, but like the YouTube has really kind of become a hub to comment on episodes individually. And for me, when I'm cultivating listener feedback, it makes it super easy to go back and get that stuff. So that's super rad. Appreciate you hanging out with us. The War for Cybertron trilogy definitely has its low points, but Frank was definitely not one. He was a great Starscream! ! I will enthusiastically co-sign that. But you know what, folks? Guess what time it is? Here comes a new challenger. Oh man,
I wasn't ready.
Well, you're ready now. You're ready now.
Gosh.
Oh my!
Sorry.
Background.
No, I actually get to say it this time.
Here.
Oh, it's like, I'm not ready. You done fucked up, AA Ron. see that works.
That's a joke I've been dealing with for about 8 years now, and I finally have embraced it.
I understand.
Shout out to all the Balakes out in the world, and the what else we got? Tiffany? I can't remember all the names. Hey, happy 400!
Thanks, buddy.
He looks good for 400, doesn't he?
Yeah, right.
Timeless vampire, this guy.
I am happy to be a part of this vanity project that you have going on here.
It's literally just hanging out with friends. It is so cool, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Is that a APDC branded shirt that you're wearing there?
Let's see. Oh, I'm gonna break my monitor. I could just stand up. That would be easier.
You could just stand up. Oh, he's not wearing pants. Oh my God. It's you tubing over there. What's going on?
It is APDC branded, but I don't think we'll ever sell it because that image is totally owned by somebody else of Orson Welles' face.
Gotcha. Well, it's very cool. Your own design of the Planet Eater himself. So not good podcast, but great video content. I like what you're doing with the hair.
I had it in a ponytail.
It's all slick back. It's kind of dope. I kind of like it. And it shows off the salt and pepper streakiness that I'm so very jealous of. I like it.
I've until recently, I've been trying to do whatever I can to make myself feel and appear younger and appeal younger. If you know what I'm saying. but
I don't know what you're saying.
But I've decided to embrace that I'm an old man and I just want to make myself look older, and I feel like this look is doing it for me.
I also appreciate that you've gone back to the longer, snowier beard too, which is always I like when I first met Aaron, he had like this giant ass like rockabilly beard that I really liked, and then suddenly he trimmed it down to like it's like barely longer than mine. I'm like, oh man, Samson lost his power. What happened? It's like so. Anyway, Too much personal appearance discourse. Thanks for being my buddy.
No, let's
buddy.
keep it up. I love to talk about our personal appearances. All of you look really, really handsome. And I will say, I got my style, my look, my physical appearance. I'm trying to take it back from the Proud Boys. I'm trying to take their look, but make it acceptable.
That's right.
To modern society, civilized society.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take a turn. So
I have a magazine. It's called Patriot Style Monthly, and where I got it from.
Okay. Delightful.
That's the only thing I go to that publication for tips on, just for the record. All right, I threw you off the rails. Let's do this.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good. So the thing I've been asking everybody, and again, to catch everybody up, first I was born, then I went to school, and then I was on the radio, and now I'm here. No, it's
I feel like you went to a community college, right?
Not in that order. Yeah. So I recently did a episode with our mutual friend Greg, our very Australian friend Greg, who we were talking about how we had gotten acquainted through being friends and fans of the Autopod Decepticast. Like, most of my content from like 2018 onward, and this might be a springboard for a larger story, but like from once I get into Transformers fandom on, it's kind of like a lot of different wells spring from APDC. Like we've said that Two Mikes Too Furious is more or less a spiritual spinoff of Autopod Decepticast, because that
spiritual
doesn't exist.
Rip-off.
Wow. Shots across the bow.
Sorry, go ahead.
You're entitled to a cut of our earnings, I guess.
Oh yeah, there you go. There you go.
Punch the numbers on that while you talk. Go ahead.
There it is. 0.0. But anyway, so we're talking about how we first got acquainted, and me and Greg could not pinpoint when we first met. The first show we did together was when he and Yoshi came on to talk about Transformers Reanimated, which was brand new at that point. But I know he and I, like, at least were acquainted through Twitter. So that's kind of where we settled. It's like, maybe like the algorithm paired us up or something like that, but lost to the sands of time. So as folks are joining us here, my first question is, instead of tell me about yourself, tell me how we met, because I'm old. Like, how did you meet me?
I know exactly how we made acquaintance. And it is about me, strangely enough, because
delightful.
I think, well, you had listened to our program, and you had been so kind as to talk about it a little bit on the Mike Seibert Radio Extravaganza, and then you posted your episode and added us along with all the other people that you gave shouts out to on Twitter. And so we saw that, and our egos were like, this guy listened to the show and talked about it. So then we listened to your show to hear what you said about us. And I was like, this guy is way better than we are. Why is he listening to our show? And then, just discourse naturally flowed from there.
And now
does that sound about right? Does that jumpstart your memory?
I had forgotten about that aspect of it. I remembered where I had first discovered APDC, and it was through Twitter. And like, there was like, you have like all these various, like, I mean, all in the culture now, all this stuff is dead. It's all died off. Podcasts are over, but like there was like an aggregator called like, I don't know, like Pod Knife or some shit like that. And basically like they just promoted different podcasts. And I remember this tweet explicitly, almost as vividly as I remember the sign on the billboard in the community college that says, want to be on the radio, KGRG, Green River College, with the picture of the plucky folks talking. One person's talking into a mic and another person's like operating a control board. I've never shaken that image. Conversely, this tweet, it says, Are you a fan of Transformers the movie? ? Then check out Autopod Decepticast, and it's got the amazing the first version of the APDC logo that Aaron designed, and I'm like, hells yes, I am ready for this. And I clicked on the link, and I think that took me to the website. I don't remember, but anyway, I had discovered that this podcast had been going for 36 episodes. Was that something like 36? But then episode like that day, like episode 37 had dropped. 37. And it doesn't help when I make the jokes myself. That's real dumb. But anyway, I went all the way back to the beginning and listened to episode 0. And as soon as one of these guys, like, so they're talking about like all kinds of like Gen X touchstones, but I remember exactly the thing that turned my head and made me a fan for life. It's like one of the hosts, I didn't know who it was. I mean, these are 3 white guys that all sound the same. One of the hosts said something about like the Lithonian space wizards. They look like wizards and they're mixing potions and stuff like that. And it was a take I had never heard before. I was like, and then it's like, marvelous, look, it's Unicron. And I'm just like, marvelous, what? and like it was kind of the tandem of that like, oh, I got to keep going with this. And then in the very next episode, one of the hosts starts talking about finger banging, and I'm like, whoa. I don't know about all this, but I
download every episode ever.
Yeah, and then eventually what happened was, because their episodes were very short. Like those first couple episodes are like a half hour ish. Kind of like Michael Andrews, how like the first couple of episodes of Two Mics Too Furious were like, I don't know, almost 90 minutes, maybe like just over an hour and a half. Now we average about 210, 215. But anyway, like these episodes are short, so I am able to consume them pretty briskly, and I got caught up. And once I got caught up, then that inspires the thing that Aaron's talking about. And I'm just like, I want to talk about, this show. I really like it. Cause at that point it had been 30 something episodes. So I'm like a fan at this point, and I'm like ready to start interacting with these guys. And I don't remember exactly what the entirety of that meet cute was. I mean, I think it's very similar to the way Aaron described it, but like, I mean, we became fast friends very quickly, and almost as quickly, they started giving me shouts out on their show. I in turn it was just shouts out for everybody. Just, everybody is just like, it was a really cool sense of community that I hadn't really experienced. And that is kind of like the toppling dominoes that kind of changes the trajectory of my content and my podcast. That's how Mike Seibert Radio becomes a Transformers adjacent podcast, is literally through the power of friendship. And I become more and more involved with these guys. And next thing I know, whether they know it or I know it or whatever, I end up kind of being like somewhat of like a shadow producer of their show. I was like, hey, you guys should do this. Hey, would you guys think about doing that? And that's,
here's how you don't sound so shit.
Yeah, it's like maybe buy individual microphones, that kind of thing. It's like, because I mean, again, I Aaron, stop me if I'm telling stories out of school, but like, like for the first, I don't know, 100 episodes or so of APDC, it's 3 guys huddled around one Yeti mic in the middle of a table. And it sounds like it
for 3 years or something like that. It was like a big damn deal when you guys got individual microphones but yeah, there were so many memes that came out of like those early collaborations, like the whole hi, I'm Mike Seibert, like, oh, it's on. I mean, that came from Caleb and it stuck. Like some of the, like, goes to the iconic moment stuff who we heard from earlier.
You know, a lot of like that. There's always been like a weird intertwining of APDC and MSRP. Like our shows have been very separate, but also tangentially linked. So I have been so grateful for our friendship, because like I spent a better portion of my life not having friends my own age. So once I start connecting with these guys, I'm like, holy shit, we're actually the same age, and have like, so like all of the references are hitting in a big bad way. And it's like, you know, all of the touchstones that it's like, oh my God. Yeah. That's very much my experience. So like, it was surreal to hear, folks from a different part of the country talking about the movie that means more to me than anything, and with a shared generational experience. I was in love, you guys. It was pretty amazing. And things have just gotten cooler and better from there. And
let me cut you off because you're embarrassing me. But no, man, yeah, I would say the same to you. I would extend the same love and warmth back. It was, you know, when we first started doing it, I feel like you were the first person that had anything to publicly say about it. And I think we were probably connected to the fandom relatively limitedly through Twitter. And it was nice that somebody our age that wasn't a total dirtbag and was clean and articulate and just a sweet person had nice things to say about it. And I'm glad we've got to hang out and black out, and I'm glad you've got to wake me up in the mornings and get to hear you curse at me and others and about others.
Yeah.
I'm grateful to have had those experiences. So, but yeah, 400. How many years is that of broadcasting? 8 years.
8 years. So yeah, this past August, like August 5th was my first Monday night on KGRG solo.
Yeah.
Wow, and over 100,000 hours recorded. Impressive.
Yes. Yeah, I think.
Is that right?
No.
Is that the math? That could be, right?
Well, it's funny.
That's one episode.
Exactly. I mean, you know, we're at an hour 41 minutes, and so. But anyway, yeah. So it's like when my average episode length is approximately 2 hours, and you add that. Well, what's 2 hours times 400? Let's see. Okay, so
800.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh man, this might get
800 hours.
It's gonna take a little while.
It's gotta be more than that, right? I don't know how math works.
It's got to be, but
Aaron Sorkin snark here going on.
You would know. You're the expert, but yeah, no, I feel the compulsion while we're doing math. Like, you know, Aaron, before you joined us, we were talking about TFCon LA a little bit, and the story I didn't tell, and now I can tell because Aaron is here, and I've told this on the in so many other places.
I gotta go.
Like,
I don't know if I'm.
Yeah.
This.
Well, no, it's more. It's more. So Aaron and I roomed together as I had mentioned already, and we partnered up with this cat named Jason Wiltshire, and he, after regaling us with the tale of the vintage G1 Black Xeric that he had just bought off of the show floor, he's like, "Hey man, you guys like cigars?" And we're very drunk at this point, and it's like, yeah, my Uncle Tim and me, and Aaron, were you there for cigars? I don't remember. I think that
I was adjacent to cigars, but I was
that's right,
roaming around.
The timing gets a little You ever experienced lost time? Yes. Not to be confused with the time later when we all reconvened in the sidebar with David Mendenhall, the voice of Daniel, and fucking Vangelis just hanging out. The thing I remember about that more than anything is just like staring at Vangelis's shoes, and he had pants that were way too long and was like walking on the back of them like fucking Jenkos. Like they were all, I'm like, you could get yourself cleaned up. What the hell are you doing? I mean, you got the voice of Daniel Witwicky right here. I mean, like, clean yourself up, man. But anyway, so that was kind of later in the evening. But like, so anyway, so this Jason guy pulls out some exotic cigars, and the evening eventually ends. Aaron and I go back to our room, and it's maybe 50 seconds of drunk banter before unconsciousness takes us both. It's very much like a good night, John boy. Good night, John boy. You know, it's like, hey, so that was a pretty cool day today. Yeah, man, it was a really cool day. I'm fucking crabby and tired. I hate everybody, including myself. So we get up the next morning, and I am moving slow. My buddy Aaron has a little more pep in his step than I do. And one of the things, because of our various adventures, doggo, there's a doggo on the screen, and I'm so distracted. So we had missed the third party panel. And if anybody knows anything about my dude, Aaron, he is 3P all the way. Hasbro, what? Third party all the way. And third party panel is, yeah, I know. I'm just trying to be provocative.
They're mediocre.
Sorry.
Cut off the hyperbole, Mike. Cut it
there
out.
It is. Yeah. Okay. You want to tell me again about how I'm clean and articulate? And you thought I didn't notice, but I noticed. Anyway, so we missed the third party panel, and Aaron gets on the Bobby Skullface YouTube channel, because Bobby Skullface always does like a really good recap of the third party panel, and I'm drifting in and out of consciousness. I haven't showered yet. I don't know what I'm doing yet, and it's like I don't think I'm even dressed at this point. I'm just like I don't really care. Whatever. He turns on this Bobby Skullface third party panel, and I'm listening and kind of like watching through one eye, and then suddenly it when you're in bed the morning after, and like the cold sweats start to hit you, and like the tummy flipping starts. I could not book it to the bathroom quick enough.
Only one person is nodding their head to that.
I know. It's like so the joke that I've always made is, oh yeah, Bobby Skullface makes me sick. Because it's like, it was, I was doing just fine. I was not doing just fine, but yeah, I mean, just went in and there, just yacked my guts out. And it was so bad because, like, Aaron, I don't remember if you had showered yet, or like if you still had like stuff to do, but basically like that place stank. It was not a bad scene. I mean, it was not a great scene. But anyway, yeah. So that was kind of like the beginning of the end of TFCon LA for me. Like, watching the Bobby Skullface third party panel, and then just getting aggressively sick. And then after that,
I could see how if you're really, really hungover, and like anything that you don't really want to listen to is going to irritate you or make you feel a way. And I can see how that could for you.
Yeah,
I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, no, it was. I mean, the content was fine. I'm just telling dumb stories. But everybody wish my dog a happy early birthday. Her live stream is tomorrow. I missed it. I was too busy. I wasn't
you guys
watching
like my
the
dog?
chat.
Wasn't she great?
Yes.
Yes.
Delightful.
It's her birthday tomorrow. We're gonna have a bonfire. She's reactive, and so no dogs can come to the actual birthday, but people are gonna come over and celebrate her life.
I love it. That's delightful. So Aaron, we've been on the call here for quite some time, and I haven't, we've done a lot of memory lane stuff, but do me a favor, pick a number between 1 and 30.
27.
27. Do you read any Transformers comics? ? What do you think about them ?
Presently, no. Like, is that make it short?
All
and
right,
sweet?
next, let's move on. Got another
Well,
guess?
it's true though, because it's like, well, there aren't any. I mean, unless you're reading Void Rivals, you checking out the Skybound stuff, the fucking Void Rivals and shit.
I don't know what that is. You just made
Don't worry
my
about
brain melt. I did,
Wow.
but I was way late to the IDW 1.0 scene, and that's such a lovable series of comics, particularly the Lost Light stuff. So that stuff is fantastic, and I can't say enough good about it.
So good. So good.
All right. Good stuff. I love it. I love it. Anybody else? Comics.
Well,
I like them.
No, I've read a little of Void Rivals. They're giving you they're kind of dripping a little bit of the Transformers stuff in it, but people are jumping up and down like it's like all right, it's Suxoid, it's a Quintesson, but man, it's like a big deal for these comics apparently. And then the way the pre-orders are going for Transformers 1 right now, there's a lot of buzz behind the books. It's just it's a little different than what's come before. I'm really interested to see how it goes.
Yeah, I think, hot take, and I mentioned this on Two Mics Too Furious a while ago. I think if folks are expecting a deep lore, character focused, nuanced book for Transformers, they're going to be very, very disappointed. The artist and writer Daryl Warren Johnson, he's done like wrestling comics that are phenomenal. Like my buddy Nick is like, you really gotta, he put like a Wonder Woman comic in my hand that he did where it's just like Wonder Woman just like laying waste to fools, and it's great. There's a lot of like dynamic action. It's going to be a very action heavy book, probably light on character. So as long as that's what folks are in for, if for me to stick my neck out further, it feels very dream wavy to me. And what I mean by that is it seems to evoke the same feeling that we had in 2001 when Dreamwave hit the scene and we were so starved for Transformers content that it's like, there's that excitement there. The problem is this book seems to exist in an alternate reality where we've had Transformers comics this entire time, and they're making it seem like, oh, woo, the return of Transformers. Transformers hasn't been gone. Whereas in Dreamwave, it kind of was. So that's just kind of my 2 bits on that. I'm going to get the book. I'm probably going to get those G.I. Joe comics as well. I'm interested to see what Skybound does. But yeah, I don't know what to think. I think it's too early. And I do also think though that appending it to Void Rivals and kind of using that as like a Trojan horse for this Energon universe, it's I don't know, it feels very weird to me. I have not mustered the same enthusiasm that my fellow fans have, and I can't exactly put my finger on why. I'm just like, it's this thing that's gonna happen.
Would the audience here concede that even IDW 1.0, it took a while for that to really get really good? Something's got to breathe. You got to develop a little bit. I mean, is any number one issue of anything just mind-blowing out the gate?
Very rarely.
More than meets the eye, issue 1. Perfect.
Well, that's not fair.
That was more than meets the eye. It doesn't count.
But I was gonna say, I mean, as much
Points
as
Michael Andrews.
As much as I love IDW 1.0, like that was like the real highlight for me. Like, I kind of read them all because they were sort of intersecting storylines. But for me, like looking back, if I ever reread anything, it's going to be More Than Meets the Eye, Lost Light over and over. I think that's just the bright shining star of that. But IDW 2.0, which I'm going to plug again, really good, like really solid story from beginning to end. Really liked what they did with that.
Yeah, there are folks that ride or die for that. Like like our friends Kit and Harper, more than meets the pod, were super into IDW too. And it was enough to make me almost turn my head on it. And yeah, no, I never got into the main series. The only issues I picked up were ones that friends contributed to. And the one thing that is super rad about IDW2 is that like they really reached out into the fan art community to do covers, interiors, and I think it was a really cool way to spotlight new artists, which I think is super rad. So I have like a small collection of like, a smattering of individual books that friends of mine worked on. But really, I mean, I got into Galaxies because again, I'm a Devastator guy. I'm a Livio Ramadelli guy. So with their take on the Devastator origin, I found to be very compelling. I thought it was a really cool story dealing with like, classism and like, drug dependency and like all kinds of weird stuff that you add into Transformers, kind of using Transformers as a skin to tell kind of a classist social conscious story where at the end the dejected become like a giant combining robot that wrecks stuff. It's
just like real life.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so yeah, I mean, I ride hard for Constructicons Rising. I think that's a terrific story. The even like the Cliff Jumper Bumblebee thing is kind of cute. But yeah, and then it kind of drifts from there. But point being, yeah, I never really got into IDW2. So yeah.
I would give it a shot. I feel like because I was late to IDW, IDW2 was just starting up, and after finishing off IDW, you kind of need a break, right? I think it's pretty heavy, the whole thing, and so I just never picked it up. But I did see the covers, and to what you're saying, Mike, they all looked amazing. Like all the artwork looked like it was fantastic. Yeah. So and that's usually a hook for me. So I'll get to it eventually for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So friends, we're at a little bit of a precipice because I could see where there's a couple different directions we can go. That plays. Don't word shame me, Michael Andrews.
No, I don't want. What does that mean? I don't know. What is a precipice?
It's like a cliff.
Yeah, it's a cliff. Okay, so sorry.
Jumper. Okay.
God damn it. It's getting out of control. Okay, so question for the group assembled here. More Transformers discourse and conversation, or do we want to see what's in the cards? Do we want to fuck around with some cards?
Ooh, let's do a card.
Terrific. Okay, so with the cards comes a story. I've already told the story of where. Well, I do. Michael Andrews wants something from the Would You Rather deck. Okay, so in brief, I had mentioned this earlier, but basically, like, I was in a COVID funk, and I didn't know if I wanted to do Mike Seibert Radio anymore, and I discovered some podcast influencer on Instagram slinging pod decks, which are basically like conversation starting cards. Bought a bunch of them, did a brief sponsorship with them, and basically like I still have yet to use the majority of these. Like they're the questions I've read so far in the stream I've never seen before. So it's interesting that even after all these years, I've had them for what, 3 years now, and still haven't really gotten into them because really I just kind of got my mojo back and got my feet back under me. And what's interesting about kind of the COVID era of Mike Seibert Radio is that that's really when the interviews start really humming along, because Zoom culture had been so normalized, and suddenly like everybody has video conferencing technology and it's not a big deal. Like I remember the I'm doing crossover episodes with Michael Andrews or with APDC or anybody else, and we're all using like different kinds of technology. In fact, I think the first time I did a show with the APDC guys, I think I had them on the phone, if I remember correctly, or maybe it was Skype, or maybe it was some other broke dick type of thing. But either way, it wasn't anything close to even what we're doing here now. And so with that increased access, suddenly I'm talking to Stan Bush. Suddenly I'm talking to Flint Dilley. I'm talking to Vince DiCola, all this other stuff. And it's all just because of like the way technology was. I was doing live streams. Like, it was interesting in my Facebook memories today. It came up 3 years ago. I did like an unboxing of like the first G.I. Joe Classified series, that deluxe Snake Eyes box set. And I even remarked on it during that live stream that, oh man, I've been doing like 6 of these now. And so it's fascinating how the show here has evolved and changed. And then it kind of became like unboxings and stuff like that. Oh, Joe, I do have something that I'm going to bring out later. It's kind of an unboxing, but not really. It's a diet unboxing, but yeah, just so that I can open a toy here on camera. But like, so the trajectory of the show changed again. It's like, sure, it's Transformers adjacent, but now it's like toy adjacent. I'm doing like unboxings and talking about like toys and stuff as I'm getting deeper and deeper into the fandom. I'm buying stuff, I'm talking about stuff in a way that I hadn't. So again, the show is always evolving, but really what kind of got me back on the horse is these dumb Poddex cards. And it didn't even really matter what was in them. It was just kind of like a weird symbolic totem of like, yeah, you know what, you could get back on the horse and go back and do the thing. It's okay to do content that entertains yourself and your friends. And because again, it's easy to forget that, forget imposter syndrome, but just like that weird survival's guilt, that's weird survival guilt of survivor's guilt of COVID, where it's just like, hey, how come I'm still able to do this when other folks can't? That kind of thing. Or like, what value does this type of content have when things are the way that they are? So kind of pushing through that, I was like, it's okay to do something that I'm passionate about. It's okay to do something that's fun. It's okay that I haven't figured out how to make goddamn sourdough bread like everyone else has. Like, remember COVID projects where it's like, I've learned how to knit, and I never had any of that. So it's like, I don't have any I don't have any bookshelves that I woodworked and hand built during COVID. I don't have any of that stuff because life for me was very much the same. Like, my life really did not change other than my workplace became a ghost town and I felt like I am legend all the time.
That would be a good pod deck question. What was your COVID project?
Well, shit, let's start with that. Well, Aaron, since you brought it up, what was your COVID project?
I don't think I really had one.
Nothing.
You remodeled a bathroom.
Avoiding COVID.
Yeah. No, you remodeled a bathroom. I remember the pictures.
Oh, I forgot about it. I did remodel the bathroom.
I remember telling you I was especially keen on the shade of blue that you picked for the walls. It was because it was like that like indigo type of blue. It's not quite navy, not quite purple. It's like, very, very much indigo tribe. I really liked it.
Did you actually remodel a bathroom, or is it like the thing at a party when I come out of the bathroom and say that I remodeled the bathroom? Because
oh my God,
a little difference.
A little bit of both.
Yeah.
Why can't it be
trouble
both?
hearing the applause and laughter here, guys.
No, it's good. It's good. It's certainly a euphemism. I like it. So, but Michael Andrews, what was your COVID project?
Yeah, well, I wrote a novel for real. That was my COVID project. So,
yeah, buddy.
Cliche.
I wrote my first and only book. Thanks. First and only book 10 years before that. And I was like, if I'm ever going to write a sequel to this fucking thing, it's going to be now or never. I'm never going to have more time on my hands than now. So I did it. I sat down and hammered out the sequel.
So famously during Two Mikes Too Furious, in our first episode in Transform and Roll Out ! I asked you to tell the audience about your books, and I have not asked since. I am now asking again. Tell the folks at home about the Coming of Mage saga.
Go on, tell them what you did.
Yes. We practiced.
I wrote a book long time ago, 10 plus years ago, called Coming of Mage. It's set in the 80s. It's about a wizard kind of working minimum wage job at a off-season ski resort. I just wanted it to be real subtle, kind of, where Harry Potter's like spells and magic all the time. I wanted it to be a little more commonplace, a little more, it's so commonplace they're almost not doing magic that much. That was kind of the whole goal, which is probably why it didn't sell very well. But anyway, so I had a little success with that. I got it published through a publisher, and then I got the rights back to it. And then I kind of sat on it because I was kind of, jaded from the writing process. And then COVID hit, and I was like, all right, we got to do this. And it gave me, it was really great because it gave me like a decade to think about the sequel. And if I think I would have wrote the sequel like right after the first one came out, it would have been a totally different kind of garbage book. That time let me like think about what I wanted to do and think about where the characters were at and grow a little as a person and a writer. So that's what I did. I sat down and I got up every morning at, really early and worked on it as long as I could and banged it out. And then, our glorious AA Ron here did the covers for them. Totally pro bono, I might add. So I owe him my life.
Wow. Very cool.
Take it. It's yours.
But it was a fun project.
And they're great covers. It's the best thing about the books.
They're very, very cool. We did a whole damn podcast about that back in the day. So if you want to learn about the Coming of Mage saga, the duology of Coming of Mage and its sequel, A War for the Mages, which is not called Two Mage Too Furious, which it totally should have been. And that's part of where the name for Two Mikes Too Furious comes from, because it was all like during that whole litigation session about like, titles. And it's like, I've always been...
What can we put two in front of?
Yes. Still, even now, because again, it's like, so what's your podcast? I'm Mike Seibert, and I talk about radio podcast, so I guess it's Mike Seibert Radio Podcast. Well, what do you want to call this Transformers animated thing? I don't know. Fuck if I know. Two Mikes Too Furious, whatever. I don't know. Made it into a diss track that Aaron wrote and performed that one time on an episode of they see me with Coming of Mage, more like Coming with Rage or something like that.
I've done some
it's
really
a lyrical
cringe things in my life, and I need to
that wasn't
atone
one of them. That
big
was
time.
the best.
Oh man, they see me coming with rage. It's so good. I like it.
Awesome.
I'm glad that the movie industry's evolved, and now their number puns are getting more sophisticated in their titles. Personally.
Yeah,
I literally the number two doesn't always have to be the word two. There's other numbers and other hilarious plays on words to be done, and they're finally doing it.
Hey man, I literally just watched a movie called. Yeah, no, it's good stuff. Am I muted or something? No. I literally
I'm just interrupting you. You're totally
no.
not
It's
muted.
fine. It's fine. I couldn't tell if it was digital drift or delay or whatever. Tuesday saw a movie called Expendables. So
that's the kind of thing I'm talking about.
Yeah,
That's
Forbles. Yeah. Yes.
I really think Transformers 4 should have been Transformers. I even mocked up a logo of it. It would have been so perfect.
Missed opportunity.
It's right there. It's right there. In fact, they even did a stylized thing for the poster where it's like a number 4 on one side and like a Decepticon badge on the other side. Real dumb looking, but yet you can't call it Transformers. Meanwhile, Rise of the Beast has a Autobot symbol for the O in there or some shit like that. It's real dumb.
Just another crime of Michael Bay.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Why I oughta.
The seething rage.
Who bolted
so
this
how-
down?
So how about you, Joe? What do you have a COVID project?
Yeah, it was social media.
That's right. Yeah. Tell
Yeah,
me more.
I'd lurked for a long time, and just kind of on Twitter and just at read like cybertron.com and TFW and stuff like that, and was just kind of sitting around and thought, I have a lot of material that I had saved over the years and kind of wanted to start interacting. So I started my account and ended up going pretty good. And 3 years later, on Mike Seibert's 400th episode.
Yeah.
Life
I-
goals.
I remember saying at the time, Joe, like I think the first time I introduced you on a podcast, I was like, this dude has like the most wholesome Twitter account out there, because it was all positivity. It's just like, hey, look at these cool pictures of these robot toys. Hey, look at these cool commercials that I found. Hey, look at all this cool like concept art that I found. It's like your Twitter account is awesome. I really, even now, I mean, I still very much enjoy the emphasis on positivity in a space that I eventually learned is not always sunshine and rainbows. And it's like, I mean, I came here from Star Wars fandom, and I'm just like, I need a change of scenery, man. Ooh, Transformers fans seem to be very friendly and very nice, but not all of them, it would seem. So
Yeah, that's what the mute button's for.
quite so. Whirl, we haven't called on you yet. Do you have a Rona project that you want to talk about?
So not quite as impressive as writing a whole book.
Or
but-
starting a
Remodeling
damn Twitter
bathroom. Can you
account?
beat that?
remodeling a bathroom, yeah. I got really, really good at Beat Saber. That was my COVID project.
Nice.
What is that?
So Beat Saber it's a VR rhythm game where you have lightsabers in each hand and you slap.
Okay, I know what you're talking about.
beats.
Yeah.
Which has become my default workout now. So it's like it's something, but that was pretty much all I did during COVID was play that stupid game.
That's
worked.
awesome.
Yeah.
I love
Actually
it.
played. Me and my girlfriend actually played a lot of Beat Saber during COVID too. A lot of
Nice.
bowling and a lot of Beat Saber.
Nice. Hit me up if you ever want to do multiplayer.
Okay, I'll reach
Hell
out.
yeah. Nice. Well,
Are you as good as the people that show up in TikTok videos, or can you really jam with it?
I did used to make Beat Saber TikToks. I used to make one
Oh,
of the Beat Saber TikTok
Googling right now.
videos. Good luck, buddy.
So are you retired then? Do you hang up the sabers? Is that what's going on? You got
Competitive
beat.
beat sabering.
I do still play. My Quest is right around the corner over here on a little neon charger. But
Mhm.
I don't do a whole lot of like content creation stuff anymore because it's a cycle of burnout now. But I did a lot of streaming too when I was during COVID, but that didn't become anything. So
Yeah, you I remember you used to do like all kinds of stuff.
I
Like
did.
yeah, I mean like you were pretty prolific in the space for a while, and then you just growed up, and now you're
my
goddamn
streamer phase.
homeowner.
I am a
So-
homeowner. I did. Oh, my other COVID project was I got married. That one was also kind of important. I don't
Beat
recommend doing
Saber.
that.
First thing that comes to mind.
Exactly, yeah,
Beat
no.
Saber.
I will say, I don't recommend getting married during a global pandemic. It does not make for a very does not make for a lot of fanfare.
Yeah.
God, it would be inexpensive though, I would imagine.
Yeah, I bet
No,
you got a great
it was
deal.
not.
Oh man. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. No
Yeah.
benefits.
No
I
benefits.
have a really cool wife, so that's neat.
Yeah,
That was a
man.
cool benefit, yeah.
Yeah, that is a good
Man,
benefit.
man,
I've
shout
had a
out to
cool-
Al. Al is awesome.
Yeah, huge
We
shout out.
we bonded in a big bad way during Cybfest, folding up tables at the end of the day, and it was it's really cool. I mean, like you really form an unbreakable bond with somebody when you throw on a convention together, especially like when you're putting tables out, you're cleaning up at the end of the day. Like I don't think there's been a Panera Bread meal that we've earned more than we did that after this last Cybfest. It was That was wild. That was something for the books.
Air bread never tastes better after you've been moving tables for like 2 hours.
It's
If
like
you could have air bread setting and it'd be like, oh, this is mediocre. But after that, after you've done manual, you're like, oh, nothing better than air bread.
yeah. Yeah, man. It's I'll take a loaf of bread with a side of bread, please.
Exactly.
Carb load. Oh man, good stuff. All right. So I've got a handful
Pod
of different
deck.
places. Yeah. So I already told the pod deck story, but did you know that asking questions of my friends during a broadcast is not a new thing? Once upon a time during my show on KGRG, it was during the Mike and Mickey After Dark phase, which has the most retroactively unfortunate name ever, because my co-host at the time was a student named Mickey, obviously, and she was a running start kid. So we started doing a show together when she was 17. She's 17. I'm 35, and she had joined a show called Mike After Dark because and I love her version of telling this story. Basically, like, the new quarter of students come in, the veteran students come in and introduce themselves and talk about their show. And she told me later that she didn't remember anything about what anybody had to say, but she did remember that I was wearing a colorful polo shirt with a shark on it. And I don't remember what brand of polo that was. Like, it's like, some white guy. It's like a Greg somebody or some shit like that. But anyway, like, the logo is a rainbow shark, and it was like, on like the side and on the sleeve and stuff. And she's like, I thought that was so cool. That guy is so cool. And she hit me up and she's like, well, hey, can I be an intern on your show? I was like, absolutely. And basically what a student intern does is like answer the phones and keeps track of like the scheduling log to make sure that everything plays when it's supposed to, and as well as, it's very much a master Padawan situation. I'm still learning. Actually, it's very much like a Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker from like the end of Phantom Menace type of situation. Like, Obi-Wan Kenobi has just become a Jedi Knight. Did he pass the trials? What are the trials? Does cutting Darth Maul in half for Sith Lord that somebody's seen in 1,000 years? Maybe those are the trials. Who could know? Who could care? But anyway, this dude's just barely out of Jedi school, and that seems to be a great time to take on an apprentice. So that was very much what me and Mickey had. Like, I had just finished my first quarter of doing radioing. So I passed all the tests. I survived the trials. I passed the trials of like being able to operate the equipment unsupervised. And so I was ready to take on an apprentice. She was eager. I was eager. And she was just basically kind of like my plucky sidekick. And she would come up with different segments. Like, she came up with this really cool game called Is It Real or Is It Fake? And basically it was a guessing game where it's like she would give like 3 different like music genres, and I had to determine which one was real and which one was fake. And it was terrific because like one of the things that was so cool about our dynamic was the age difference. Like, I'm a crusty Gen X boomer. She's a running start student. So we're, one of the things though that unites Gen X and Gen Z, burning hatred of the millennials. Sorry, friends. I know y'all are in that range, but like, burning hatred. And it's very much the Arnold Schwarzenegger, Carl Weathers, grabbing hands meme. It's like, Gen Z, Gen X hate the millennials, that kind of thing. Anyway, and we did a number of different games throughout that era of the show. And one of the things that we came up with in the latter days of our partnership, and I realize I skipped a part of the story, but let me finish this thread. One of the games that we came up with in the latter days of the show is I was in a used games store, or it was like it was in Kent. It's across the street from where Retro Emporium is now. But they used to sell like children's games and stuff like that. And they had like a clearance rack. And I'm walking through there and I see that they have a very brightly colored circular box. And it was called what was it? It was I should have had this written down because it's so iconic, but basically it's a slumber party question game full of cards. And it was like the Gab Girls slumber party question asking game. And all it was just a box of cards, and it had like the most innocuous questions that were conversation starters. It was just kind of like, what if you were a flavor of ice cream, what would you be? That kind of thing. And so what we did is we came up with this segment called the Slumber Party. And it was like towards the end of the evening. Oh, they're all dropping off now. This Mike is telling a story. Holy shit, they all left. I mean, I know brevity is not my first best strength, but like first, Joebot goes away. He hits me in the private chat. Hey, have to step away. Be right back. Probably drank too many beers. Then Ron shuts off his camera, and then World just drops off the stream. And now it's just me and Michael Andrews by ourselves. It's like,
where's that mute? Oh, yes, it's just us now.
I mean, I'll keep telling the story. I mean, I know brevity is not my first best strength, and I know that this is a story that isn't going anywhere, but God damn it, I would have thought somebody would have wanted to hear that. Actually, probably what they're doing is they're doing a pee break so that they're hedging their bet that by the time they pledge allegiance to the urination and come back from the urination, that maybe I'll be done with my story, and maybe then we can actually do some question cards. But joke's on you, motherfuckers. I stopped the story to talk about it, and now it's never going to end. But anyway, so we come up with like it's the second to the last segment of our show. We're usually doing this at like 11:30 p.m. Call it the Slumber Party. It's like, get out your pajamas and your beverages and whatnot, and we basically just ask each other these mind-numbing but also incredibly fun young girl slumber party questions, and it became like a fan favorite, like to the point where like we were interviewing bands. Like the bands had like come up and played like a live set, and then we do an interview where it's like, hey man, you got this new EP coming out, you got a show coming up next week, tell us all about it and all that. And like I swear to God, this is a true story. One of the folks is like, so are you going to ask us some slumber party questions or what? It's like that's what we're here for. Yeah, sure. Buy our new EP and come see us at the show or whatever. But we want some slumber party questions. So yeah, we talked like for another hour, just saying like, well, if you were an ice cream, what flavor would you be? That kind of thing. So that's always been a important thing of my team shows that I used to do that's just fallen away. Like, Michael Andrews, you don't know this. I've never told you this before, but I'm going to tell the story now because we're sharing secrets and whatnot. But like there was a version before, like in the early planning of the cadence of what Two Mikes, Too Furious was going to be. Like, we spent a lot of time talking about the sequence of segments. It's like, okay, well, here's the grab ass segment. Here's the episode discussion segment, listener feedback, Michael Andrews preview, haiku, a preview, if you will, figuring out where those things are going to go. one of the ideas that I had very early on, and I scrapped it because I knew that there wouldn't be a time for it, was I wanted to bring in a question and answer pod decks type of thing. Like every episode I would bring out one card, and we would just and at a time where we were trying to keep the show streamlined and evergreen, I didn't want to add another thing to it. So spoilers alert for whenever the impending Michael Andrews birthday show is, I'm going to be bringing some questions for us to fuck around with as we're workshopping stuff live on the air. But so anyway, so like questions and fun conversation is something that's always been a cornerstone of some of the stuff that I've done. And because of the way that my show has evolved and transitioned and become different things, like I'm not going to ask Stan Bush, like, hey, Stan Bush, would you ever pick up a hitchhiker? Hey, Vince DiCola, would you work with dead people in a mortuary or work in the busiest ER trauma unit in the world? Would you rather?
I think both of those are great interview questions for those guys.
I know, but keeping in mind your dude Mike Seibert, there is I have fun, but I'm also weirdly earnest. Like there's like, it's literally in my theme song, it's like, it's not going to be that funny, but that's okay because the show is free, that kind of thing. So it's like when I was chatting with my friend Lucia Fasano, who wrote and performed the Mike Seibert Radio theme song, she was just asking me about like what the show is and what were some of the things I wanted included. And I was like, well, the thing to keep in mind is like my show isn't funny. I'm not funny. Like, I say funny things and I have fun and I think I facilitate folks having fun. But I think myself, like I'm not doing comedy. I'm not running a comedy show. And I think that comes into in my yeah, absolutely. That is Michael Andrews' job. He is here for the lulls. And whereas like my interviews, like there is a part of me that doesn't allow for that level of buffoonery. Like, and in fact, actually, this just knocked something loose. I didn't think about this until just right now, but like, when I was at KGRG, I was also part of a morning show. And that morning show did interviews with bands and shit too. And wanting to be, find something to stand out or to stand apart or whatever, to be kitschy, they wanted a signature question that they asked everybody with the thinking that perhaps that they could, eventually do like a super cut of like all of these different people answering this same question in very different ways. And the question that they came up with is, how do you make your peanut butter and jelly sandwich? That kind of thing. So, and we got some really good answers. And so for me, that I thought, okay, well, cool. That would be. And so for me, when I was doing interviews for my show that I would repurpose and replay on the morning show, I would ask people that question. And I started getting turd answers. I'm like, this is dumb. And I got really kind of postmodern about it. I'm just like, this is stupid. I just want to ask these people about, where they're playing their show and where people can buy their EP or like, any number of like, artist questions like, when did you form the band? Tell me about your instruments. Where have you performed? What songs do you perform most frequently? I have like a whole damn document here that I still have. What's the ultimate direction for your band? What advice would you give for other bands? And so anyway, the peanut butter and jelly question just got dropped. I just got tired of it and I never replaced it with anything because I never wanted to. There's a version of this that it would be kind of cool 8 years later to have like a supercut of whatever Mike Seibert's signature question is. But kind of don't care. In fact, I've taken some of these band questions and repurposed them. Like anytime I interview anybody, whether they're a podcaster or a writer or a musician or whatever, I always ask them, like, what's your dream? What's the ultimate goal for the thing that you want to do? And what's the advice that you would give people wanting to pursue their own artistic interests? Those are the two main carryovers from like those band interviews. But yeah, fucking asking about peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, nah, that doesn't interest me. So it's interesting.
But
Aaron,
it can be a metaphor, Mike. You can use the peanut butter and jelly as a bridge to a deeper connection.
Yeah, like a bigger sandwich.
No, bigger sandwich.
And I love all that. But
what about clubs? What about a muffled?
Oh, not the club. Never mind. My mistake. But no, but the thing is I'm too earnest to entertain that level of buffoonery. I'm not going to ask.
She's humble brag.
But it's
guys, I'm pretty fucking awesome, to tell you the
Michael
truth.
Andrews going for the jokes and laughs, flipping on banana peels, twirling bow tie.
Yes, let's transition to the Mike Seibert roast hour.
I love it. I mean, I even put a thing in the AMA. I'm like, hey man, if there's stuff that I do that you don't like, tell me. And like nobody told me nothing. So everybody just likes everything that I do.
I guess there's other people out there just as earnest as you, Mike.
Well, and it's interesting, and like so this. I mean, there are certain things that are like, I don't know, stunting creatively. It kind of like stunts your growth. I've never really gotten any negative feedback. I've never had somebody say like, your show sucks. You suck. Here's why. I mean, I've gotten into many a flame war on Twitter and, caused my fair share of problems and picked fights with people and had folks fight with me. But I've never even like the fucking Pete Sinclairs of the world or like the competition or whatever. Nobody has like knocked on my door and say your show sucks. So what's happened is even in like the KGRG era, like the biggest bit of criticism I got was like, you tweet too much. You put out too many tweets on the official account because, and it's so funny because like, I still run into that now here at work at my radio job that people pay me for. It's like, the tweets from your show are lopsided compared to the other shows. And I'm like, that's their problem. That's not my problem. But again, it's never been about show content. It's not like, you say too much or like, you can't get, you're not quick. Nobody has ever said like, I'm very self-deprecating about how not concise I am. Brevity is not my first best strength. Somebody wants that on a t-shirt. But I've never had negative feedback. So it's like, it's kind of created this weird thing of just like, well, shit, I guess my shit is just awesome and there's nothing wrong with it. And so then I end up internalizing all of that because, we're our own worst critics. And that's what I just end up cannibalizing myself. I'm like, oh, my episodes are too long. Oh, I ramble too much, but what I found at every turn, the things that I'm the most critical about myself and my show, that seems to be what people like. It's like, you like longer length episodes, you like weird esoteric philosophical deep dives, you like existential dreadcasts, so it's like, so I've landed on this thing. Cause like, I've even considered like doing like, maybe like taking some like vocal coaching or something like that, because now that I go back and edit Two Mikes Too Furious in a way that's way more polished than Mike Seibert Radio. Like I'm taking out like a lot of ums and I do a lot of sentences that go nowhere, or like I frequently lose my place. Like I end up, I'm getting way more acquainted with my vocal cadence and my co-hosts as well. that I never really anticipated because I don't edit that tight for that level of clarity, for lack of a better term. Because I mean, like, Two Mics is pretty clean. Like, you know, basically look behind the curtain. Basically, like, if you're looking at a waveform and there's a that's on an island by itself, not connected to a sentence, those go. But if there's if there's an that transitions into something else, it gets to stay because it's part of the natural. I think Two Mics sounds very naturalistic, even though I spend like 6 hours editing it. But I'm very proud of how Two Mics sounds, by the way. But
it sounds great. You probably do a lion's share of trying to make me sound remotely professional. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. For the record, are you saying it's Michael Andrews that is the person?
Both of us. Yeah, I mean, it's both of us, but it is more me because, like, all of you have spent time with me. It's like, it's everything is yes, yeah, and I had considered like doing like vocal coaching to try to kick myself of it, and then I realized that it's like I kind of don't need to because people like the way I sound, and that's I'm all
like, it wasn't that like a thing that came out where like the kind of help people listen or something like that.
Yes, very much so, very much so. So that's that reminds me of a philosophical difference that I ran into back at KGRG. Like there was a, oh yeah, thank you, Matthew. I just saw that comment as well. Two Mics most assuredly sounds great! ! Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. But I ran into this philosophical difference with a guy at KGRG. Ironically enough, the same guy that turns the lights off to do an emo post rock show. But he would edit interviews so tight that it sounded unnatural and robotic. Took out all the took out all of the breaths, took out all the spaces. So like it's a very NPR sounding, you know, very National Public Radio, where it's like, if you listen to NPR content, it has a very specific cadence to it. It sounds like it's sped up, but it's not. And it's because in the editing they're taking gaps out. But anyway, like my philosophy towards editing is that it's conversational. It's conversation. And if it sounds like nobody is breathing and nobody is using spacer words, your brain is going to figure it out. It's like, there's something not natural about this. There's something not quite right about it. So my approach to editing has always been kind of more holistic, kind of like splitting the difference. Like if there's a thing, like there's sometimes where it takes me a minute to get my feet under me. Like, so I'll be like, yeah. And then I get my feet under me like Fred Flintstone. And I'm like, oh yeah. And this is why this is a terrific vocal performance by Bumper Robinson, because, like, you know, just the amount of screaming that he does when he's barnacle possessed Bumblebee is terrific. You know, that kind of thing. But like, sometimes it takes me a minute to get there. That's the stuff that gets cut, is just like, you know, where you're trying to get your bearings. So like, so when we do Two Mics, we do a lot of, you know, the meat of the episode is like recapping and discussing. There are times we'll get so deep into tangents that we'll kind of lose our place. It'd be like, oh shit, where were we in the episode? Well, you know, and then Optimus Prime pulled out his, oh, right, yes, fucking Optimus Prime. Call the axe, you know, that kind of thing. So
well,
in
that's
editing,
actually my favorite part of it too, if I can jump in. Like I really like that cadence of our show. And I think, you know, that's the whole reason I wanted to do it. I wanted it to be very conversational and very just back and forth. And I really wanted to engage in the tangent part of it. You know, the recap is great. The recap, but I think the recap is like a vessel to get us just talking about stuff. And then if we get back to minute 13, perfect. But if not, let's just see what happens.
Hell yeah. I mentioned him a couple times earlier, ladies and gentlemen. Greg Tansley has entered the chat. Who said tangents? He must have a Google alert or something like that. So
we said it 3 times in a mirror with the lights off, actually.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
What
and you showed up.
Time is it in Brisbane? Oh, it's 3. Oh, it's the middle of the afternoon. Well, Good day. Anyway, so Greg is hanging out, of course, a host of the Unfunny Nerd Tangent, which I've been on many, many times, and it's a great show. Yes, it's 3 p.m. I love it. Woo. Let's see.
You're just in time for pod decks, allegedly.
All right. Here we go. We're doing it for real. So anyway, so this Pod Decks nonsense is very much kind of like a spiritual successor to the old Slumber Party segment that we used to do back in the day, which was very near and dear to me. And I have not found a place for it in contemporary Mike Seibert radio or Two Mikes Too Furious, but we'll maybe in the off season we'll discuss that a little more. All right, here we go. So this is from the Would You Rather deck. We're just gonna try to keep this rapid fire and maybe not as deeply philosophical as the interview deck. Let's see what we got first. Okay. Would you rather hear a monitor that beeps when you're lying or beeps when you're attracted to someone? ? Would you rather hear a monitor that beeps?
Wear a monitor.
What?
Wear a monitor.
You know what?
I like that you saw that.
Yeah, how did you see that?
I know. I can't see.
Well, he's got glasses. Incidentally, so the thing about getting older, buddy, I come to you from the future. I got my eyes checked, and while I don't need glasses, the optometrist says like you need readers. Because like I was out recently with my sweetie, and like the bill comes and I'm doing one of these and I'm just like, the fuck does that say? Oh shit, that's blurry. Like, see also my famous unboxing of the first APDC booty box, or maybe it was the second one, I don't remember, but like it was the second one, whichever one had the Flint Dilly bar button in it. I remember I unboxed it, I see this button and I'm like, the fuck does this say? What the hell? I mean, like, I see that it says Dilly bar, but like what does I can't, and I'm doing this like on a live stream. I'm just like, I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't read it. And then Ryan's like, they're napkins. And then Aaron's like, they're napkins. And I'm like, we're not talking about napkins. I'm talking about this damn button. But anyway, yeah. So my eyesight, real bad. I need readers. So maybe if I had my reading glasses on, which next time I go to Target, see if I can get a scrap iron on clearance, which I went to 2 Targets this morning. Both of them had classified series scrap iron on the shelf, full price, not clearance. Motherfuckers. Anyway.
Well, I would
Mike, it is annoying to wear glasses just in life and then discover, as I have the last 6 months, that I also now need readers.
In addition to
I have to take my glasses off to see things. It's really annoying.
See, and the optometrist, the eye doctor.
Yeah, old man talk, Michael Andrews. Yeah. You'll be there soon. I can see how frustrated you are with this conversation. Go to hell, millennial.
Yes. Yeah. Where's Liz left, so I no longer have a Gen Z person to like, Drew.
Get the Z back in. We need.
Yeah, I need more Z in my life.
Bifocal situation.
These vitamin Z millennials. Yeah, man, go enjoy your avocado toast and not owning a home. Jeez, whatever. Anyway, so the optometrist tells me that like, well, you could do bifocals. So it's like, I don't need prescription glasses, but he had said, it's like, no, I could prescribe you bifocals so that like, you can look down and read and then look up and be fine, because that's the thing. Like once you put reading glasses on, you can't see far away. That's my superpower. I could see halfway across Elliott Bay here in Seattle. I have terrific far distant vision. Oh man. And as if a conjuring, like it's like, you say the name and they appear. Welcome back.
I lived. My internet did not, but I did.
That's all right. You know what? And I felt like it was getting a little hinky. I was almost going to message you. And I'm like, this is probably going to sort itself out.
Well,
So-
then
Good
one
news,
way or
you
another.
haven't missed one pod deck card.
You beat me to it. I was literally going to say that.
Of course.
But when I didn't,
Because you were
1 second,
waiting for me, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Great success. A lot of optometry related discourse. I need
Yeah.
reading glasses.
What,
As a
what
member
is-
of Gen Z world, what's your feelings on bifocals?
Not there
Pro.
quite yet.
Next.
Give it time, though. I've had these glasses for 3 years, and I will have them for 3 more.
Okay. Very good.
All right.
All right.
Just wait.
Yeah.
All right. So since I pulled it and said I read it, we should actually do it. Would you rather wear a monitor that beeps when you're lying or beeps when you're attracted to someone? ? Let's start with Michael Andrews.
100% the attraction one, because lying could get you in a lot of trouble, but the attracted to someone might, break some ice barriers talking to
Oh
someone.
my god.
Plus, in my case, the beeping would be so constant and ubiquitous that people would just not even know it's a monitor. It would just be like, what's this
Constant noise.
yeah, just the background noise at the office.
That is a writer's answer. Nicely done. How about you, Joe?
Oh man, I'd probably go attraction too. Let it beep if I'm attracted to somebody, because, I mean, lying even when you're trying to be nice about things like that doesn't look that bad, or nobody'll notice, or shit like that. Things like that. I'd still want to be able to get away with that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
How about you, Ron?
Same answers for really the same reasons that Jobot said. I feel like sometimes you need to tell a little white one, just to get through the day.
Gotcha. Okay. Very good. All right. How about you, Whirl? Frozen in time. And
That's the correct answer.
They're like,
That's what we should have all
no. Bye.
But here,
that is delightful. That
follow-up question: do people know what your alarm is for? Because if they know you're a liar, clearly that's problematic. If they know that you're attracted to them, well, like, what if you're the other person that that this person has this tick and you never get that beep?
right?
You're gonna make other people self-conscious.
Never get that beep. I love it.
Or what if you
people
have
are-
both of the monitors and you see someone and you're like, you're gorgeous, and then it doesn't beep at all? What does that mean?
Right.
Oh my gosh.
There's
That's-
2 beeps.
Honestly, that whatever you want to call it, affliction is going to be a lot worse for women than it is for men, because men will be beeping all the time, and that's going to be a new form of harassment, honestly. So maybe we need to go back to lying.
Yeah, lying sounds good.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, so we're gonna change up the cadence of the game a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask. So there are 3 styles of questions. There's a what the heck ? Regular interview questions, and the would you rathers that we just got through. So I am going to ask you individually which deck you want. I will pull a question. I will ask you that question. And then if the others would like to chime in, they are more than welcome to do so. However, they are not obligated. Just in the terms of, in the interest of burning through more questions. Make sense?
Yes.
It does, but Mike, you didn't answer. Do you want to be known as a
Oh.
pervert or a liar? Which
Actually,
are you?
so thanks for asking. I was going to
Why
breeze
not
right
both?
past that. Well, I honestly, I would take the other one, the liar. Like I would in in a effort to live a more honest lifestyle, I guess, for lack of a better term.
I'm out of here on this.
Or it's fine. I'm the outlier here because you guys all said that, but like I was imagining this scenario. It's like to where it's like, hey man, did you like my episode of that podcast? And I'm like, yeah, man, it was really good. Beep, 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 beep. Ah, fuck. You know what? Honestly, it wasn't super great. You know, it's like it would. I know that, you know, we all tell little white lies sometimes to help our friends or help situations, but I think kind of almost a Vulcan-like approach of like absolute candor at all times could be kind of weirdly refreshing in a way, to where it's just like, you know, we'll go to Mike because we know no bullshit with that guy. He's going to shoot me straight every time because he got a fucking ankle monitor that beeps when he doesn't, you know, that kind of thing. So like
I like that perspective for sure.
Well, actually,
then people would give you the feedback you so honestly yearn for.
Yeah, I just want somebody to tell me my show sucks.
It could be that, or it could be, oh, fuck Mike, I'm tired of all that beeping when I talk to him.
Yeah. Sound like Captain Pike over there. Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah, I kind of want to switch my answer because I think the lying monitor could like be really like good comedic timing, right? Like,
yeah.
It'd be like the narrator in Arrested Development. Like, you're great at your job, boop.
He wasn't.
Yeah. He wasn't. Very nice. Very nice. Well, friends, here comes a new challenger. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's Captain Boomerang himself. It's the host of the Unfunny Nerd Tangent, Captain Boomerang himself, Greg Tansley. How you doing?
I'm good. I heard you wanted some honest feedback, so I came in to tell you how.
well, just in time. Here comes another new challenger returning to the. So hey, I do appreciate that. Like, I mean, you missed the entire discourse about this pod deck question. Real quick though, would you rather wear a monitor that beeps when you're lying or beeps when you're attracted to someone? No pressure, but you're the last one to answer.
Yes.
We'll never know.
It's the ghost of the iconic moment.
Just got John Cena.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
And we'll never know.
God, no one for comedic timing, she doesn't need a beeper. You know what I mean? She's perfect right there.
I love it. That's terrific. Okay, well, maybe Whirl will unfreeze and they will eventually join us to maybe answer that one question, which is our first question. BT Dubs. Nope, gone. They gone. So Greg, I had so we've had a rotating cast of folks kind of popping in and out, and I've told this story 3 other times already during this live stream. And the question, rather than like tell us about you or whatever, inspired by our conversation about season 2 of Strange New Worlds, where we couldn't figure out where we met, I asked everybody to say, you know, where they met me, and the results were pretty close to what you and I had. It was just like pretty fun. But so that being said, just to, you know, I guess to break the ice here, first of all, thanks for taking time out of your afternoon to join us here late in the evening. This is awesome.
Good. It's early for me.
I was going to say, we're getting like afternoon, Greg, because usually like it's afternoon for me and early morning for you, like fresh out the bed, got the kiddo off to school and all that kind of stuff. Whoa. So, I
only burnt my hand a little bit when I did that. Pasty whiteness.
Oh, what happened? Oh, okay.
What's happened to Aaron? He's getting naked or something.
I got things to do. Don't worry about me.
At least
more.
And he's like, and that's why I had to kill those people.
That's right.
So anyway, okay, so Greg, would you mind picking a number between 1 and 30, please?
Oh, I have to go 13.
13, lucky
Yeah.
13. How many Transformers figures do you have?
Let's see. It'll be easy to just say, well, I've got. I have all the G1 Autobots except for the combiners. So however many that is. And then I've probably got 12 or so Masterpiece. So whatever that works out to be. Probably 50, I guess. If you think there's about 17 season 1 Autobots, give or take. If you add the Dinobots in, I guess it's, you're looking at close to, and Scott, I don't have Jetfire, so you're probably looking around 20, 22, 23. Then you add on Trax and Cliff Jumper and those guys. Yeah, I'd say 50-ish, give or take.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, welcome to the show. I mean, again, thanks for taking the time to.
Not a very exciting answer, but
no, it's that's so. This is a Transformers fandom ask list that I found on Tumblr like 5 years ago.
Right.
And so yeah, so anyway, they're numbered 1 through 30. So I just thought it would be a fun thing.
Now, technically, that could be less for you, Mike, because I know you don't count third parties as Transformers. So,
woo! There you go. There you go.
Hot take.
Which is, I think, of how I addressed that at the time, if I remember correctly. But
so my not
all right.
Jazz and my not Power Glide and my not Hot Rod.
There you go. There you go.
Not Rod.
My not Warpath.
Not Rod.
My not Beach Cobra. Yeah.
Too
all
funny.
the freaks are all third party.
Oh, really? All Greg's weird are 3Ps?
Yeah. Trax and Red Alert are legit. And I think all the rest are third party. Yeah. Oh, Grimlock's legit as well. But
gotcha.
Because Hasbro Takara won't make them.
That's right. Sea Spray.
You need to get on it. They're never going to make a Power Glide.
Yeah, they should.
No,
they just hate money, clearly.
And
one guy.
Those masterpiece designers would love the shit out of designing a little heart in his chest that you can open the panel on. They would go for that, though. But yeah, probably not going to see him.
But it's Hasbro Takara, so you'll break the chest flap open when you do it.
Oh, wow. Shots fired.
Yeah.
I mean,
third
come
party
on, guys.
That.
Yeah, third party toys
one
hold
has
up
that.
real
You can
well.
open his chest. And
that is a kettle black situation there.
Let them fight. Let them fight. I love it. I love it. Oh, my God. Michael Anders got a broken beer bottle. Oh, no.
That man had a family.
Have you no shame? My God, he's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So I guess let's the table is set.
Ask Aaron that question, the question would just be yes. The answer would just be yes, I should say. How many Transformers do you have, Aaron? Yes. Real ones? No.
Yes. Okay, so Greg,
I would love the G1 collection you have, though. I mean, that would be pretty amazing.
You forget how fiddly they were, and I was like, "That's right. These were always like they look cool, but they're crap toys. Like they were crap to play with as a kid because you're just like,
oh yeah,
and it's broken, or and all the bits fell off him."
Notoriously fragile. Like everybody snapped the back window off of Sunstreaker. Everybody snapped Mirage in half, and hey folks, here comes a new challenger. For real this time. See, I love the performance of it, where it's like, even to get in the comments and say answer attraction, it's beeping constantly so I can lie and say it's busted. Terrific answer, worth the wait. But then it's like, good night from me. I have to wrestle a router! ! But now you're back again, Whirl. What's up?
Maybe.
Yeah.
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 I did wrestle a router. This is the third time in the past 20 minutes I've wrestled the router. So I will be making calls during business hours.
Oh no! All right, we're back.
I think
This is
it's
a
okay.
bit at
I
this
think
point.
if I just keep my fingers crossed and I don't breathe too hard on anything near me.
That's right.
Wow. This is
But
unreal. I love it. I love it.
I think this will be my sign off though, because I don't want to keep doing this.
Yeah, I feel you. And we're getting towards the 11 o'clock hour. But World, before we let you go, I meant to ask you earlier, this is one of my botched transitions that I did not segue very well. Back when we were talking, I mean, this was over an hour ago when you were talking about the content that you used to do, like during COVID and stuff, and did a bunch of streams and stuff. And I was going to say, well, but hey, man, you're doing Extra Life this year, right? Tell us more about that. And so anyway, so I did that like an hour ago, forgot about it. But so if you are leaving us now, please tell us about Extra Life before you go, because it's real cool.
Yes. I will try to go very fast in case it happens again. But Extra Life is a Children's Miracle Network charity that raises money for kids in Children's Miracle Network hospitals. It's essentially a marathon fundraiser, but for gamers. So you stream video games for like 24 hours straight and you fundraise money that way. I will be doing Extra Life again this year. I do it every year. It has become the only time I stream during the year. So it's go hard or go home. But you can find me on Twitter at the Whirly Bird, whirl the letter E, bird. I have my little signboard here.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'll hold that up. But find me on Twitter. I think that's my Twitch name too. Honestly, I can't remember. It's been a little bit. But I am running a team this year for a game called Palea, called Team Palians. You're welcome to join, even if you don't play Palea. I would encourage you to join any Extra Life team. Doesn't have to be mine, but any. Or find someone you know that is streaming for Extra Life, or tell someone you know that streams about Extra Life. It is a very cool charity. It helps a lot of kids. So that's all from me.
Awesome. But then also a call to action you put out during our Ahsoka episode, like there's going to be some dippy times where you're going to need some company, and
yes.
Was it between like midnight and 3 a.m., something like that?
Yeah. So it is, because it is 24 hours. There is a time where I am like, dead tired. There's no one really in chat. There's no one really talking to me. If you are awake during those hours, please stop in, say hello. You don't need to donate. You don't need to like hop on stream or anything. Just popping into the chat and saying, hi, how are you? What are you doing? Just like keeping me awake would be fantastic. That is the time when I need the most people to be bothering me. So do keep that in mind if you're awake during those wee hours in the morning.
Yeah, if only we knew people in different time zones that could jump on at like different obscure times. I'm going to try to pop in during the darker times also. Maybe we'll do some more Ahsoka discourse, talk about the desired Blorkos that came to be and the ones that didn't and the ones that still might. So I'm increasingly excited for our post Ahsoka recap podcast, because that's
gonna be good.
we had a blast recapping the first 2 episodes of the premiere, and I'm really excited to revisit now that things that have happened and things that didn't happen have happened. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Mike. Happy 400 episode.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being my buddy. Have a great night.
Bye. Make good choices.
Yes. Have I told the story of where Make Good Choices comes from? I don't know. Well, and every podcast is somebody's first podcast. So I sign off every episode of Mike's Cyber Radio, and I sneak it into Two Mike's Too Furious, as well as any show that I'm on. Like usually like when we're wrapping up an unfunny nerd tangent, because I know Greg's cadence when we get to the end, it's like, okay, so that's the end of the episode. Follow Mike at Mike Cyber Radio and all that. So I know the show is over at that point. So usually like when the handle comes to me last, that's where I'll throw in and Make Good Choices. I don't always get it in, but I try to more than not. Where that came from is, and this is a story that my family occasionally disagrees with. It's like, it's different interpretations. but the core of it comes from the reboot of Freaky Friday, the Lindsay Lohan, Jamie Lee Curtis one, which I actually like that movie more than I should. It's a fun ass movie. You got a pre NCIS, pre Silver Fox Mark Harmon in there. Look at Studley as fuck. It's a lot of fun. But anyway, there's the early on in the movie where, you know, Jamie Lee Curtis is this aggressively uncool mom to Lindsay Lohan's very hip teenager, that type of thing. And early on in the movie, Jamie Lee Curtis drops Lindsay Lohan off at school, and like any uncool parent, like, oh, you know, hey, you know, bye, love you, all that other stuff, you know, kind of like a very famous scene in Into the Spider-Verse, where, you know, Miles's dad is talking to him through the police speaker and stuff, you know, just embarrassing the kid. But Jamie Lee Curtis does this very earnest thing, and it's a gif I see going around all the time. She like as Lindsay Lohan slams the door, goes off to school, Jamie Lee as a party, make good choices, and that always stuck with me. I always just and I just found myself saying it very often. Make good choices. My niece, who is more age appropriate for that movie than I was, she says that all the time also. You know, it's always like, well, make good choices, you know, make good choices. So it's one of those things where neither one of us knows who influenced the other. Like, my wife has stuck her neck out and said, well, and it's my wife's niece, technically. She's my niece by marriage, but my wife has said, like, well, you picked that up from your Uncle Mike. No, I didn't. That's my thing. I already had that. And then it's like, well, you picked that up from Ashley. No, I didn't. I picked it up from Freaky Friday. So anyway, so there's a little bit of family a disagreement about the actual origin of it, but regardless of that, and maybe it was me hearing her say it all the time that made me, that crystallized in my mind, because like that was right about the time I was in the community college. We were hanging out, you know, doing more like, you know, aunt, uncle, niece, nephew type activities and things like that. So it just popped in my head, because like I always wanted to have some kind of sign off salutation type of thing, you know, very much like a good night and good luck type of thing. And yeah, it just, I don't know what made me think of it. I don't know exactly what the lightning bolt moment was, but it became make good choices. And I liked the way that it sounded, and it stuck. We have friends of ours who, anytime I say that, and I always say it like ironically, whether I'm doing podcasts or not, it's like, okay, well, yeah, make good choices. I mean, very much in the Jamie Lee Curtis cadence, like, you know, as like friends are leaving your make good choices, you know, that kind of thing. And we had friends of ours that advice that they gave their kids was make wise choices. So literally like, oh, okay, teenagers going up and make wise choices. You know, kind of like call me if you get drunk, that kind of thing, you know, make wise choices. And I would pop off with make good choices. Well, no, it's make wise choices. I'm like, no, I say make good choices. Good choices aren't necessarily wise choices. Good choices is honestly up to your own interpretation. Good choices can mean anything. They could be poor decisions and still be good choices. You know, so it's like, it's one of those layered things if you want to look at it that way. But so anyway, that's kind of make good choices in a longer, more protracted nutshell.
Can't believe you let her call you a liar and you didn't fight her.
Yeah, exactly. It's like yeah, well, and it's one of those things, much like how, you know, many of us got acquainted on Twitter. You know, who knows what the original source of it is, kind of lost to the sands of time, and that's one of those lost to the sands of time type of thing. But anyway, that's just that's make good choices. So Let's see. So, Greg, could you pick I'm going to have you pick a color. You can pick green, black, or red.
I'll have to go green.
Green.
Yeah.
All right. We go to the what the heck deck.
Ooh.
And Greg, and again, so the way we're going to do this round of it, if you have something that you want to, it's Greg's question, but if we want to discuss it further, we can. If not, we can move on. So, just in the interest of going through more questions or whatever. Greg, have you ever been bitten or attacked by an animal? If so, what and why?
You know where I live, right?
Yeah, the most dangerous place on the earth.
I want to say no.
I think probably the worst I could think of was I got stung by a jellyfish when I was a kid. I'm in Brisbane, if anyone isn't aware of Brisbane, Queensland, Australia, which if you look at the map of Australia, pretty much as Australia curves around on the right-hand side, like right in the middle, right on the edge in the center. So if you go up north more towards the peak, but not all the way, there's a place called Townsville, and can't decide if it's a town or a village. But anyway, we went there for Christmas holidays 1 year. I think it was like 88, 89. So I was only like 9 or 10. And because my auntie lived up there. So we went up there. Long story short, it was like, let's go for a swim at the beach. And it was like, okay, we won't go in because there's all jellyfish in the ocean. You could see them floating around, and they're all on the beach shore, whatever you want to call it. So we went off to one of the side creeks, and we thought, oh, this will be good. So we went in there, and that's where I got stung. So, yeah, basically I was sitting there, I was in the water, and it was like, what is that? Something's on my elbow, you know? And it was like, it's still there. And it was like, and it basically had floated through the creek and bumped into me and then gone, what is this? Flah, and then latched onto my arm and around my elbow and stuff. So yeah.
Side pod deck question. What is the deadliest creature you found in your house?
Don't get that many, really. Like everyone thinks like, you step out the door and it's like, you know, danger, you know. But yeah, probably there's like a redback spider, which is
that
tiny
sounds
little
exotic.
spider. It's a tiny little spider, and it has like a splatter of red, like on its whatever it is, on its ass, whatever you call the big bulby bit at the end. And they usually are in. There's always the joke like it's the toilet seat spider, because in the days where toilets were outside, it would be like, you know, however many 100 years ago, it would be under the toilet seat because it likes dark places. And, you know, if you have like a stack of wood or something in your backyard, like firewood or something like that, it'll be in there, you know, in the grooves of your shed, that kind of stuff. But they usually don't come inside. They usually, like I said, they're hiding in the dark and things like that. We've had them from time to time. Not where I am now, but when I was a kid, every now and then. And they're like, I mean, you get bit, you go to the hospital, they give you any venom or whatever, and you'll be fine. But it's going to hurt like hell in the meantime. The most dangerous thing down here, if I had, in general, I've seen them, but I haven't. You know, you stay away because if you know, you know. Blue ringed octopus. If you ever are in Australia and you're at the beach or anything like that, and you see a tiny little octopus that's about this big, sits in the palm of your hand like that, and it has blue rings and they glow as you get closer. They kind of throb and pulse, and everyone goes, "Oh, look!" You see all these videos of tourists being like, "Oh, look how pretty they are!" Like,
yeah,
"Oh, look,
gorgeous!
Look, I picked it up and held it in my hand." Like, look, you can hold it like this. If you're holding it in your hand like this and it's pulsing blue, like, just, you're not going to even get to the phone. So just
whoa.
keep going. So there's most of those videos of people being like, "Look at this thing I held." Yeah, those people are dead because they're the most like they don't bite you or anything like that. They just leak it into you somehow. So if you see a blue-ringed octopus, walk away.
Wow.
Like they won't come after you or chase you or anything, but that's the thing because they're so pretty. People pick them up and go like, "Oh, look!" But yeah, you're dead.
Yeah.
One of the most like venomous things ever. So yeah, but I mean, you'd have to go looking for them. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh shit. So, you got to sort of go looking for stuff really here. Like there's a lot of poisonous things and dangerous things, but you'd have to be digging a hole or in the bush somewhere, or like even the spiders that are in the house that you see all the time, like they're called huntsman spiders. Like they're huge, they're like this big, and they look creepy but like they won't bite you and they're not poisonous or anything. So
Gotcha.
Still don't want them. Still like get it, kill it, but but if it does, it's not going to bite you and if it does, you'll just sort of be like, oh, it bit me. You'll be fine. So
awesome.
But yeah, blue-ringed octopus.
Terrifying. That is a terrifying story.
And you can see why people pick them up and stuff. You know what I mean? Like totally. They're just like, oh look, it's so gentle. It let me pick it up. Yeah. It's the last thing you'll ever pick up.
Oh my goodness. All right. So let's continue. Aaron.
I had a blue-ringed octopus in my shoe when I was going to the garage to get my lawn mowing shoes that I put on for lawn mowing. What was the question?
Well, the question is, what color would you like? You got red, black, and green.
Green, please.
Green, please. All right, we go back to the what the heck deck. Aaron, would you ever consider writing to someone in jail as a pen pal? ? Would you ever consider
doing it again?
This is a Ryan question.
Writing to someone in jail.
That's a Ryan Jet question. Come on.
Yeah,
probably. Yeah, probably not. I don't write to anybody. Why would I write to somebody in jail? I can't think of anybody fascinating enough that I would really need their perspective who's incarcerated.
Ryan certainly could. This is definitely a Ryan question.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know if he wants to communicate with serial killers. He just likes the stories about their deviants, I guess.
I love the way Aaron takes these questions. It's always like, well, my hand cramps up. I don't really care for writing. So I think I would not write.
Would I be likely to? I guess the real question is if I was prone to writing anybody a letter, then who would I write to, or would I write to anybody in jail?
Well, they'll read it.
Well, hang gliding, I've never been much of a fan.
Is Casey Anthony in jail? I'm just joking.
Oh my god.
I can't remember if she convicted or not. I don't anyway, I'm going to go with no. I'm not going to write to anybody in jail. That's a boring answer, but that's
I'm not going to write because she's out.
Oh! Yes. All right, Michael Andrews, it's your turn. Pick a color: red, black, or green.
Black, please.
First time dipping into the interview deck. Oh Jesus. Okay. So from the interview pod decks, how would you like to die? ? How would you like to die?
So I probably wouldn't.
Wow.
Blue-ringed octopus.
Yeah, shit, dude. Good Lord.
Well, this is something I fear and talk about with my therapist every Tuesday, but I think if I got to pick,
talk about existential dreadcast. My God.
I would get it would just be something super quick. How quick is that blue-ringed octopus? Maybe that is a good.
It's pretty quick, but it won't be fun.
Oh yeah, I bet there's a lot of nerve pain. No, I think oh yeah.
No, not at all. I found a picture of it.
I guess the old answer in me would be in my sleep, but I think the cool answer would be like,
Yeah,
I don't
something
know.
fucking metal as fuck. Man,
Yeah,
man,
just
man,
like-
man, 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 man.
fucking out of an
Fucking
airplane.
metal.
I don't know.
Yeah, right,
What's a
right.
cool thing to people say?
I headbutted the devil.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. All right. Joe Bot, pick a color, please.
Green.
All right. We return again to the popular What the Heck deck. Have you ever accidentally texted the wrong person and how did it turn out? ? Have you ever accidentally texted the wrong person and how did that turn out? What the heck?
Sounds like it should have like one of those wow horns in the background after you say it or something like that.
Dun, 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 dun.
Well, I did it just once, and that's how I got on this show tonight. No.
Yeah, I've actually meant to text my sister about my stepmother and texted my stepmother.
Oh god.
And it wasn't really horrible, but it was like she's on this bullshit again. One of those
She's on her bullshit again. Yes.
and she goes, "Excuse me?" I looked down at the text. I was like, "Oh, that was for somebody else about something else." But yeah,
Did she fall for it?
It got dropped. She knew after that, but it was one of those things where it was like a family business type of thing. So it was like we all weren't getting along really well at the time, so we just kind of dropped it because we were all talking shit, I think.
I love it.
Damn.
I love it. Anybody else have any embarrassing texting stories?
Not that I can remember.
I do.
Really?
Not.
I'm positive I've done something similar.
Oh, sure. Sure. Absolutely. All right. So we continue. Greg, pick a color, please. You have green, black, and red.
Let's go black.
Black. Here we go. I mean, especially given what we just had from the black
When you
deck.
want to be murdered.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So from the Poddex interview deck, what is the trait you most deplore in yourself? Wow, getting existential here. What is the trait you most deplore in yourself?
I'm trying to think of. There's so many.
I was gonna say either this guy's ego is huge or he's got too.
I think I'm probably too much of a control freak. I'm like, no,
Sure.
I want it done like this. Let's do it this way. Oh, we could do it this other way. Let's do it my way.
Gotcha. Anybody else want to get straight up existential while we're here? I think this is a good one. I remember I received a handwritten note from a very good friend of mine once that says, I really like the self-reflective, contemplative stuff on your podcast. It's the stuff that makes you keep up the good work and keep on doing it. So I've tried at times to have, kind of like self-awareness, self-reflection type of stuff in my show. And I know on Autopod Decepticast, like there have been stretches where that show has been like straight up male friendship and mental health awareness podcast. It's there were some stretches where things got straight up existential. I mean, Ryan is still very, vocal about his mental health journey and the things that he's doing. And so I've appreciated the slant that has had taken in recent years when we all decided to kind of grow up and start talking about ourselves a little bit, but not necessarily the spirit of the question as asked, but yeah. So that being
Greg's
said,
a control freak. That's the thing we've learned.
That's the thing. Aaron, if you would be so kind as to pick a color. You got red, black, and
It's the
green.
same colors. Okay. I don't know
Yeah,
why
the
I keep
horrible
thinking
trait
a new
about
color
yourself.
is going to
The colors
show
don't
up.
change.
Can I go
It's only so
magenta?
Yeah.
No.
I'll stick
You-
with the existential black since you like it so much. Let's see what it's gonna bring me.
I was gonna say I do have the white deck as well, but I haven't pulled that out because
more
that's
his
like
speed.
that. Jesus, that's but yeah, no, it's more like episode ideas. So I don't know, maybe we could pull something from the white deck if somebody felt so inclined. Okay, so we're going with the black deck. Okay. Aaron, which living person do you most despise? Question mark. Which living person do you most despise?
There's so many.
Doesn't have to
Yes.
be in this call.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Fucking Mike Cyber for asking all these dumb questions and trying to railroad my goddamn podcast.
This
You know,
is like
fine.
the,
We'll start a fucking Patreon. God,
this
Sigh.
is the interview deck. Like this is just like job interview questions. These are like
Well, they're open ended. Like, I mean, so they're meant to be like, I mean, again, like, hey, Stan Bush, here's a random interview question, you know, for people that can't like figure out how to.
yeah, but they're all
interview
like,
people or
who do you hate? Who would you kill? Who
Yeah,
have you
these-
killed? Who would kill you?
I kind of
God, for a second, I thought you were saying you hated Stan Bush.
Oh God, no,
Oh.
I love Stan Bush.
I was going to say.
I'm just saying that I would be embarrassed to ask these kinds of questions of folks that aren't my friends. That's all I'm saying.
Well, coincidentally enough, I hate Stan Bush more than anybody else. In the
There you
world.
go.
You got the touch. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
No, that's a tough question.
Sure, of course.
Again, because it's broad enough. Like my hate pool is so deep. I wish I could just say I hate the manifestation of the Republican Party, but
There you go.
this is so cliche. I'm just gonna go with it. But it's gonna be Donald Trump, and it'll be because he gets to represent everything that's bad about conservatives or like right-wing Nazi nut jobs. So that I'll just leave it at that. And you asked, I picked the black card. That's what I get.
I don't know, man. I might even retire the other two colors and just be like Wesley and Passenger 57, always bet on black. But we'll see. So, all right. So, Michael Andrews, it is to you. Keeping in mind that I have now unleashed the white deck as well. We're going to put white deck in play.
I do want to try the white deck just for the thrill of it.
All right. So this is from the Pod Deck's episode deck. The episode deck contains 50 unique episode starting prompts to help you stay inspired and consistently releasing great podcast content. So so that's the
I can
white
say
deck.
we need that.
All right. So Michael Andrews from the white deck. What I learned about myself this quarter. What have you learned about yourself, Michael Andrews, in the last 3 months?
Fiscal or calendar?
Yeah.
You can interpret it however you
talking
want.
Fiscal.
Yeah.
ROI was down this year.
That's right. Gonna have to let some people go.
Always be closing. Come on.
Yeah.
These people got families, damn it.
Cookies are for closers.
It's time for the workers to unite. Michael Andrews.
That's the red card.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes.
Good night, everybody.
Oh,
That's why you're captain.
Yeah, right.
3 stripes.
Ooh, I think I've really learned about myself in the last quarter. It's a weird way to say it.
It's a weird way to say it. Why not just say year or 6 months or
Yeah.
take the time period off the table. Just, what have you learned about yourself recently?
I'm really controlled by my fears. I have some pretty irrational fears, and I'm very controlled by them. I just think I've kind of had like sort of an epiphany of like, oh man, I am sort of making a lot of like decisions based on fear, and I need to correct that. nice serious answer for.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, and
that's to get in the real cast.
Yeah, exactly. It's like yeah. After the hour turns, it becomes existential dreadcast. So Joe, I don't envy you the choice. You
wait. Can we do a follow up? Are we
sure,
allowed follow ups?
Well, there's no fucking rules.
What are your fears?
Are you comfortable with providing an example?
Go to the judge.
No.
Okay, then pass. Never mind. I forget that this is a live cast, so I'll text you.
I will follow up. As I kind of alluded to earlier, just like my own mortality has become really like a driving force in every decision I make, and it's like becoming very hampering in a way.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Wait till you need bifocals.
Shout out to that whirl in the chat. Apparently not sleeping, by the way, not streaming, but not sleeping.
Oh, just
either.
had to tune in for my
That's
uncomfortable answer. All right.
It's the part of the slumber party where you start talking about your deepest fears. I knew things were about to get deep. That's why I set up an elaborate ruse to leave. It's like, hey man, ghost stories? We want to start telling ghost stories? Because I have learned that is a strong component of it's always a good time for a ghost story. We had a ghost story earlier when the ghost of the iconic moment joined us here live on the Mike Seibert Radio Podcast live stream for episode 400. Okay, so Joe, last one for this round. The choice is yours. Red, black, green, or white.
Jeez, I don't want to cry, so I'm not going to take white. I'll go black. We'll see what that.
No. Okay, here we go. From the black deck. Which words or phrases do you most overuse? Which words or phrases do you most overuse?
I think I say awesome way too much. Because I think it's just so easy to come across as like non-offending or like rah-rah for people if you say awesome. So I think I've gotten used to saying that, and then like sometimes I'll catch myself. I'll be like, "Why are you saying it like that?" Or like, "Why are you?" It's maybe that wasn't such an awesome situation, but so I think I use awesome too much is what I would say.
All right,
awesome.
That was a radical answer.
Tubular.
I love it. I was doing some internet sleuthing while we were here because like I was trying to figure out the origin of the original Slumber Party questions that I had, and I got I think I can copy a link address and put it here in the chat. Maybe, but that might not be it. I found it. Walmart actually has it. It's the Slumber Party game box of questions, cards to create great conversations for groovy young girls. Groovy young girls, and like the cards come in a pink and teal and magenta dotted box, like it looks like a delicious cake, and the cards have bunny slippers on the back. So anyway, it took me a while to take a sec to do the sleuthing, but
Nobody click that link. Next.
Yeah. So
somebody asked for a magenta card. I think I remember that.
That's right.
Oh, Aaron.
Magenta's a good color, and I challenge anybody who, there's nothing. My masculinity, I'm comfortable enough in it that I can love magenta.
It's like
it is seriously my favorite color. I love that. I'm drawn to it.
It's like I saw that Barbie movie. I know what's up. That kind of thing.
Magenta hot rod.
Right?
Hey, there you go.
There you go.
So is hot rod pink or magenta? Let's litigate colors here. With the graphic designer, let's really figure out where we are on the Roy G. Biv scale here. What color is Hot Rod supposed to be?
It's unfortunate to be a graphic designer and photo editor who is also has color blindness. But are we talking 86 movie?
Yes.
Magenta's not really a problem for me. Okay. Hot Rod.
I was just curious.
Hang on. 86 movie.
He's never seen it before.
Yeah, I'm just like, I'm like, what is happening?
But no, it does change though, doesn't it? Right?
Frames from it.
It does change though from the movie to the TV show, right?
Of course, yeah.
You think I know?
And even
He's
within
red
the
when
movie
he's
itself, it changes
Right.
several
And
times.
he's red as Rodimus. That's why it
Yeah,
changes
Rodimus.
this because I am going. What were my options? Red or magenta? It's more magenta
Pink or
for
magenta.
sure.
Pink.
Oh, pink or
Pink.
well,
Pink
pink
or
is
magenta.
like I feel like pink is
RC.
is on the magenta scale. I think it's more magenta though than it is pink. Is that
Okay.
Are you guys against me?
No,
You're not
I
following
kind of
me?
agree.
We're not
I
for
kinda-
you, but we're not against you.
The Takara animated Hot Rod is more magenta than pink, and they are so on it about what they color things. That's why I kind of lean towards magenta too, is because they always kind of, when they try to go for that color scale, they always lean into that a little bit more, it seems like.
The toy was
There we have it.
The original toy was very magenta. I know that re-release that they've done is quite pink, but
It's
it's
very
a lot
pink.
pinker than it was. Yeah, there's parts in the movie where he looks straight up pink, but then the sun, like when he's fishing with Daniel, he looks pink, but he's in the bright sunlight. You know what I mean? So the
He's
lighting
desaturated by the
yeah, exactly. So
intensity of Earth's sun.
There you go.
All right, so it's grid litigation, everybody.
Yeah. Because it's always fun to get into fights with people about how pink Hot Rod should or should not be, and to the point where it's like, yeah, the who was it that dickhead on Twitter? It's like, oh yeah, the Hasbro exec that decided that Hot Rod shouldn't be pink should have died in 9/11 or some shit like that. I remember I got into a fight with that dude. Fucking millennials, dude.
I think it depends on. I think it depends on how.
Don't say that after I drink water.
Sorry, I'm not funny.
I think if it depends on how many colors the person is aware of. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people.
Sure.
Like, is he red or pink? Well, he's kind of magenta. Yeah, all right. Is he sort of an off crimson? I don't know. You know, like. But if you're arguing that he's not pink in any way, then
Right.
you're wrong because he is. He's more pink than he is red. If that's
Right.
yeah.
Rodimus is red.
I feel like pink.
Yeah, exactly.
If you brighten magenta enough, you're getting pink. I
Yeah,
mean, I
it'll
feel
be
like pink
that's
is
right.
just a less saturated or more luminous magenta. So sometimes he's in light and sometimes he's in not. So why are we fighting?
Why are we fighting? Oh my
How
gosh.
did this happen?
Okay, so
Yeah,
before
Do a
we
speed
go,
round because I have to go. You're going. Sorry, you're wrapping up. I thought we were doing
Yeah.
some more. Sorry.
well, I was going to transition to some other stuff, but so Aaron, what do you want to do before you go? How about
Oh,
this?
you're making it about me. You know I love that.
Kind of. Well, because okay, so here's the landscape. I have plenty of cards. I mean, we could do this as much as the day is
Did you
long.
do a white card for Michael Andrews?
Yes, they're
Yeah.
dangerous. Be careful.
Yeah, that was the what I learned about myself this quarter.
Oh, I don't want that. I don't want to.
Do it. Mike.
I'm too shallow for that.
You need a red card, Aaron. After all that,
Okay, red card.
All right.
Workers unite.
What's your favorite
Yeah.
sandwich? Red
All right,
card.
here you go. So, from the Would You Rather deck, the red card. Aaron, would you rather have your face printed on money or your own small town named in your honor? ?
Perfect question for him.
Neither.
It really
I
kinda
don't
is.
want either
It
of
really
those
kinda is.
things to any degree.
I've never loved towns. I don't think I'd visit one.
I want my name.
He's
Sorry,
more
go
of
ahead,
a
Mike.
village guy. I was just being a smart mouth saying it's like, well, I don't really like towns. I'm more of a village type of guy, or maybe a city or something like that. Otis.
I want my face on the money of the town that I have founded, which I also have my face on the sign on the outside.
And he's humble too, ladies.
Yeah, right.
So it's all gonna come out, Aaron, at the end of the day in this scenario. No, I don't want either of those things. That's a very dumb question, if I may
very good.
say. Pod decks.
Would you like
They don't
another one?
deserve your promotion.
I just want my profile
don't need
minted on a
another.
coin. Is that so much to ask?
All right. So Aaron,
you don't have
going
to do
down
another one for me.
Okay, very good. Well, but I will anyway, because it's my show,
all right,
motherfucker.
great.
Aaron, would you
I'm
rather have your head be too big for your body or hands that are too small for your size? Let me compose myself. Would you rather have your head be too big? Sorry, I got the giggles. I can't. It really is a slumber party. Would you rather have your head be too big for your body or hands that are too small for your size?
So my head is already too big for my body. So I'm going to stick with what I've got because small hands are creepy as hell.
All right. Delightful.
Tiny hands.
All right.
So thank you for letting me end on that note, because this is much better than the last question.
Absolutely, I agree.
Face on money, or like, who would answer that question seriously?
Do you want your big face on money or your small hands on a pound? Which one?
Love it. Small hands, hard to hold money.
Hey, it's 1 a.m. Central Time.
Yeah, for real.
So
holy shit!
I will depart. But
yeah, give me one for the road,
with
Mike.
you guys.
So, so Michael Andrews, you're thinking of bouncing as well?
Yeah, I have to. I gotta be up.
And you want one for the road?
Yes, please.
Which one you want?
Green me.
Green. Back to what the heck, the most popular of the night. All right. Michael Andrews, if your office had show and tell for adults, what thing would you be proud to display?
Next. Pass.
Okay.
No, all
right. For real?
No. I'll do it.
Okay. All right.
You know what? I haven't been in the office for a long time, but when I was the last time, I was really proud of. I had a Funko Pop of Poe Dameron from each of the sequel trilogy movies, and I proudly displayed those. I was a big Poe Dameron fan, so I think
Bro Dameron, the best pilot in the universe.
Yeah, absolutely.
A character from some completely different universe that vaguely speaks like, it's so weird. Like, I like Oscar Isaac. I like that performance, but he talks like he's from California. It's weird. Like, just like his word choice, his affectation. It's very weird. It's very weird. I like it, but I think that's why I like it, because it's like, how did this guy get sucked? What temporal vortex did this guy from 2018 California get sucked into the Star Wars universe? Maybe he went in the world between worlds. I don't know.
God, it's like the lunch table at TFCon LA all over again.
There it is. There it is. Now I'm back to losing friends again.
I didn't care for that last Jedi. Should have been the first Jedi.
I still don't. Okay, so Michael Andrews, my brother in Christ. What would you like to promote before you slough this mortal coil or this not mortal?
Oh God,
coil,
what?
I'm like, we're recording on Sunday. My God, I need this. I'm like, hey guys, welcome back to Two Mics Too Furious, a podcast where it used to be two guys with a similar name, now just one. Sub-Zero, now Plane Zero.
No, Plane Zero. Yes.
Yes. Anyway, parting thoughts. Anything you would like to share with the group before you go off into the good morning?
Well, yeah, please listen to our sister show, I guess, Two Mics Too Furious, because I'm on that more. just what you need. And Mike, it's been great being here. It's been great listening to your show and getting to know you. And one thing I wanted to say this the whole show. One thing I really appreciate you and about your format of the show always is like you're really doing stuff you're passionate about. You talked about like not being able to like land on a topic and what's the show about, but I think that's what I love about you, and I think that's what you should always be doing. A project or a show or anything you're doing, it should be about stuff you like and stuff you believe in. And fuck it. Once you start doing it for the likes and for the followers, I mean, what are you even doing? You're APDC at that point.
Oh, shots fired.
Damn it, I haven't hung up yet.
Oh God, he's still
you thought
he's right, but still hurts.
Just don't sell out. Is my point.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. At a time where I'm considering monkeying around with monetizing, that is good advice. So I appreciate that.
True to you.
Yeah, man, that is the best advice. I very much appreciate it. I appreciate you. Have a good night. We'll chat on Sunday for the season 1 finale of Transformers Animated Megatron Rising. Hell, yeah. I'm stoked to record that episode because I have thoughts. I'm excited.
Yeah, awesome. All right, can't
good
wait.
ass two-parter, by the way.
See you guys. Great.
All right, see you. All right, bye, Michael Andrews. Well, rip that guy. Okay. AAA
You
Ron,
didn't give me a chance. Sorry, Mike, to say the thing that he said. He stole my thunder. I was just gonna say happy 400th, man, before I drop off.
Thanks, buddy.
That's amazing.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Again, I've talked a lot about the magic of friendship, and stuff like this happens because I've got great friends that want to hang around and are down to clown and all that other stuff. So, Aaron, thank you so much for taking time out of your evening to hang. Good morning. And we'll talk soon. All right.
Nice to meet you, Joe, and Greg. Good to see you.
Yep. It's nice to meet you too.
All right. Wow. Well, now we got rid of those assholes. Holy shit. Yeah. This fucking guy over here. Holy shit. All right. So, one of the things that I had in the show was I had sent out this episode 400 AMA form. Ask me anything. And I haven't even touched the damn thing, and we've been streaming for almost 4 hours. So I want to tackle some of these questions because actually, well, Joe, do you want to do your questions while we're here? Because like I came up with this weird as existential way of doing it. It's like, well, Joe and Whirl and a couple other folks sent me questions, but they're here on the stream. So it's like, should I save those for a different time, or should we do them while they're here? I had like this whole existential dread about it. So, so Joe, since you are one of the contributors, do you want to do these questions now, or do we want to talk Transformers fandom? Do we want to do more pod decks? What are you feeling, bro?
I think the question I shot our Twitter message thread that we're on, I think that's a good one to do.
Yeah. And I think Greg's going to have a really good perspective on this as well. So we started a Twitter group chat for Mike and the Earth Sparkles, where we've talked about Transformers Earth Spark. We've done 2 4-hour live streams so far, and we're still waiting for me and whoever else to finish season 1 of Earth Spark to go back and do another one. So by the time we're all told, we'll have like 12 hours worth of Earth Spark related discourse. So anyway, so we have a group chat set up with with me and Joe and Lita and Michael Andrews and General Techno, and so I set out this AMA form. Joe puts in like 3 really good questions, and we didn't get into the Skybound stuff nearly as much as I was thinking we were going to, but that's okay. We could do that at a different time. But you had written, Joe, congrats, Mike. I'd be happy to stop by. Lots of good options, things to talk about. I have a question I forgot to submit for the AMA, and it says I can't add another one. I'll drop it here if you want to use it. And I'm just going to read this as written, and you can correct me as I read. You've always known you were specially, but now you have proof. Suddenly, you are being recruited by G.I. Joe, Mask, the Rebels in Star Wars, and Mystery Incorporated. Who are you joining? So I think the spirit of that, if I may interpret, is like, which team am I going to join?
Yeah, the specially was supposed to be special. I think it just changed it to it. Yeah. So I was just saying you're special. You're special.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I appreciate you. So the discourse was kind of popping off of this question. It was a really good one. Techno said, see, myself, I hear that question and I'm more interested in acquiring the device, allowing that cross-universe travel to occur, which I thought was great. And Michael Andrews, the newly departed Michael Andrews, said the Rebels need Velma, which I like that. That's pretty funny. So if I have a choice of being recruited by G.I. Joe, Mask, the Rebels, or Mystery Inc., I would go with Mask, because it's not the military like G.I. Joe. The danger threshold is significantly lower, and it's almost Transformers. Like I've said before, Mask is basically the missing link between G.I. Joe and Transformers. You have transforming vehicles, and you have brightly colored characters with superpowers and stuff. So it's like I do like that Mask has seen like a little bit of a resurgence in fandom, that type of thing. I hope it's a property that somebody does something with in the future. But yeah, of those choices, I would definitely choose Mask. The Rebels, same danger level as G.I. Joe. It's like you could get atomized at any minute. You might get caught in like some like hyperspace wake and crash into a Greedo looking motherfucker, and that's the end of you, and nobody even knows you're out there because you're on an unsanctioned mission. And it's like and with the Mystery Inc. things, it's like I'm not specifically a dog person. I'm more of a cat guy. So having like this big fucking Great Dane just slobbing around, it's like I've seen Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back one too many times. I don't need no Red Rocket situation there. And it's so anyway, mask for me. So Greg, I guess for the sake of discussion conversation, you've suddenly been recruited by these competing groups. What and universe be damned. It's like any team in any universe. What who would you join?
So it's Mask, G.I. Joe, and Scooby Doo. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Rebels in Star Wars.
Oh, and the Rebels in Star Wars. Yep.
Yeah.
I'd be going Mystery Inc. I think, because I'm not picking up a gun and running around like I could, but like you said, you get atomized in like a minute.
Yeah.
Mask, I'd probably be laying shit on too many of them, just being like, how does it feel to not be Transformers or Voltron or
oh shit?
And they'd be like, you can get out. And then G.I. Joe is the military. Star Wars is basically the military. So I'll just drive around in a van.
Well, I mean, I'll do you one better. The Rebels in Star Wars, one person's freedom fighter is another person's terrorist.
Yeah.
You want to be a terrorist?
There were contractors on the Death Star, man.
That's right. Exactly. Plus, I could solve the mysteries super easy with Mystery Inc. because it's always the guy they run across for like 3 seconds. And then they come back to it later, like, oh, no, who's this guy? Oh, that's just Mr. Jones, the caretaker. Okay, moving on. And then later on, like, let's see who you really are. Oh, it's Mr. Jones. It's that guy we saw for 5 seconds. It's always him. That's how. Can we get it as spoilers for the first movie, the movie they did, the Scooby-Doo movie? That's how I knew at the end of it was going to turn out to be Scrappy, because it got to the end and they're like, let's take his mask off and see who it really is. And I'm like, all right, who did they only come across for like 5 seconds? Scrappy. It has to be Scrappy. And it was. Yep. Even the theory is legit. It's always the same. Plus, no real danger, because they're never real ghosts. It's just some guy with a rubber mask. So it's not like you're actually having to come across like ghosts and demons and shit like that. So
interesting. That's a good way of putting it, because
your only real competition for Daphne is Fred, because the other guy's smoking cones or whatever with the dog. Velma is too interested in the mystery and she can't see half the time anyway. So,
right.
And like, so you could out alpha Fred real easy, I reckon. Just feel like I'm driving, motherfucker.
Yeah. Shove.
Yeah.
Look me in the eyes.
Nice.
I'm the captain.
That's right. I'm the captain there.
Nice ascot.
Nice neckerchief. Yeah, exactly.
You're an ascot. Yeah. No.
Although points for Frank Welker. So.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Fair point there. So it's us just hanging out, right? So, and we've made plenty of Kevin Smith references. I've been bashful about dipping into the AMA because my buddy Anthony Brucali, TFU.info himself, was the first one to respond. And as Joe knows, I left the options open for 3 questions, and he ask me anything. Question number 1 from, again, Anthony Brucali, TFU.info, host of Transformers University, TFU News and Views. Question number 1 for the Mike Seibert Radio Podcast 400 episode extravaganza. What's a Nubian? Question mark. And I'm like, you motherfucker. I can't read this before midnight. Come on. And it's like every time I opened up the document, that's the first thing I see. And I'm like, come on. But it's funny though, because that is a consistent running joke between he and I. It's like I have a GIF saved on my phone to where it's like I just message him. It's like, what's a Nubian? It's pretty funny. He also asked me, can you tell me more about Verizon 5G? Question mark. No, I can't. But I think what he
met the T-Mobile guy. Right?
You beat me to it. I was and it wasn't until like just now that crystallized. I'm like, I'm not the T-Mobile guy. The T-Mobile spokesman before they got Patrick Mahomes and that English guy, which what the fuck is up with those commercials, by the way? Whatever. Anyway, like their spokesman CEO person is named Mike Sievert. And it's spelled the same way as my last name, except it's a V for Victor instead of B for boy. And occasionally I get, is this you? It's like, yes, I'm the T-Mobile guy. Yeah, absolutely.
Like, no, come on. You have to say, I'm not the T-Mobile guy. I'm Pixel Dan.
Oh, shit. I haven't pulled that for... It's uncanny. It is uncanny. It really is. And like, even like the timbre of our voices, very similar. Very similar, to the point where like I'm not so much into Pixel Dan, which I should be, and maybe I can't because it's like looking in a mirror, but not. More of a Toy Galaxy guy. But anyway, there was so my buddy at work, through, like, we were talking about like pandemic stories. Basically, like his pandemic project was getting into Star Wars retro collection hard. Like, he's like, these are a thing that's a thing. So it's like, what's a Hasbro Pulse? Tell me more about this. So anyway, so he I kind of guide him along in this toy collecting journey, and now he's got more figures in his collection than I have, like on his desk here at work and stuff. But what's funny though is he's tumbled down this this rabbit hole of YouTube things. Like he's a fan of toy polloi and watches like toy restoration stuff that appeals to him. And one time he stumbled across a Pixel Dan video. And he's like, dude, you got to check this out. It is uncanny. And he even asked me straight, he's like, are you Pixel Dan? And I'm like, what's a Pixel Dan? And I'm like, oh God. Oh God. It's again, terrific stuff though. It's like, I've looked at more Pixel Dan stuff than I would have otherwise. Yeah, what a great channel. I don't know where else to go from there. So
if he ever wants to take a month off or something and just does audio only videos, he could just send you scripts and say, here, Mike, just read this.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I could be not Pixel Dan. I could be Pixel Dan at home. It's like,
how
man.
there's a guy there's a guy in Spain and Russia and France that's like, Brad Pitt and everyone and Keanu Reeves and all that, where they overdub all the other languages. Yeah, you'd be internet. You could be like that.
Yep. And then he decided to ask me a actually serious question. Question number 3: favorite Transmorphers. Jesus, that's a Korean knockoff. Favorite Transformers related moment in the last 400 episodes. And it's interesting because this podcast hasn't become Transformers adjacent until like 200 episodes in. Like, I mean, I think I had Greg and Yoshi on for Transformers Reanimated about like episode 179, something like that. So I was well on my way before I really did anything Transformers adjacent. But I guess the thing, and I haven't talked about this in a while, but way back in the beginning when I was on KGRG, I'm on a college radio station, and it's my birthday. And it also happens to be the 30th anniversary of a little movie we've all heard of, the Transformers, the movie. And I decide to do, I do my regular radio show, like 3 hours of content talking about today's rock and playing wacky games and things like that. So after we signed off and everybody went home, I went back to the studio and did another hour by myself and just played the soundtrack album end to end. And I did like a commentary in between. And I think that is the first Transformers related thing I did on my show. And that's probably like the first instance of Transformers the movie fandom being integral to the fiber of my show. I mean, look at my logo, for Christ's sake, that Andy designed. It's like it's literally, and we had very specific conversations about it. I'm like, I want it to be the one from the poster, with the magenta and orange color wave, that very specific thing. When you see those colors, it's Transformers the movie. Like I remember I was like, I don't know, like 16, 17. I walked into like a Spencer's Gifts and they had the Transformers the movie poster, but it was the 1984, 1985, like red and blue. And I'm like, what is this shit? I'm like, literally, I'm like, get this shit out of my face. I'm like, I don't want that. That's not the real. And so anyway, that's kind of like, ironically enough, and I had it was a triple anniversary. It was around my birthday. It was around the 30th anniversary. I think it was to the day. That's right, because it's the same day. I did my first live radio show on August 8th, 2015. So, and I didn't click that it was the anniversary at the time until the year later in 2016. So it was the 1 year anniversary of my show, and it was the anniversary of the movie. That's why I did it. I just knock that loose right now. But anyway, so that kind of, it took a couple years, but that kind of started the trajectory of being more Transformers adjacent. So I would say that's probably my favorite Transformers moment. I guess a close second would be the I guess any number of interviews that I've done, like the interview I did with Flint Dilley was great. And one of the moments that I treasure is when I told him, I was like, well, before we get going into this interview, we're going to talk about your book and all this other stuff. It's like, but I just want you to know that Transformers the movie is my favorite movie, and it means so much to me. And thank you for writing the thing that means so much to me. And he was floored a little bit. He's like, wow, okay. Because these guys didn't know what they were putting out into the universe at that point. That nobody knew that 40 years later that any of this stuff would mean anything to any of us. And so I see it in these guys' eyes sometimes when I talk to them or see them at conventions. There's a little bit of that surreal, like, wow, this really means something to somebody. We didn't necessarily intend that, but thanks, that kind of thing. So, but yeah, I guess I would choose Flint Dilley over Stan Bush is Stan Bush. It was a great interview, but it was, it was what it was. I liked my conversation with Vince DiCola as well. I think we talked almost about as much about Rocky IV as we did Transformers, which was terrific. So yeah. So I've got a lot of Transformers related stuff that I really like. Question for you guys as we get ready to wrap up, and I didn't want to ask with like a larger group because I am still kind of like nervous about being too selfish or self-centered, but like, do either of you guys, either Joe and or Greg, do you have a favorite moment or episode of stuff that I've done that you particularly like? Don't answer all at once. I'm kidding.
I've liked the first. I know you're saying that you guys are finding your footing with the animated episodes, but I like the early stuff from you guys. I've fallen off because I've been trying to watch the episodes and then listen to you guys, but life has just been so freaking crazy. I haven't been able. I haven't even finished Earthspark yet, to tell you the truth. Like, that's how crazy things have been. But I
still got 3 left.
Yeah, I've got a few. I like the back and forth between you two guys in the beginning, because you can kind of feel that you guys know each other. You guys have done stuff with each other, but you are kind of feeling it out a little. And then the other Mike's kind of leading you into things because he knows stuff's coming down the road a little, and he's trying not to give it to you. So it's kind of funny listening to him do that and listening to you kind of read into some of it a little. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I've really enjoyed that stuff with it. That's kind of fresh in my mind. And the other thing I'm part of is French Kiss.
Oh my gosh, yes. Yes. Oh, Chally is going to take that to her grave.
We're all talking about Earthspark, talking about a really good episode that we all liked, and we're all kind of saying these really good things, and we're wrapping up our stuff. She means to go, oh, it was chef's kiss, but she goes, oh, it was French kiss. and so anytime we like something in the chat or when we message with each other, we go French kiss.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
So those are my favorites.
I love it. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you being my buddy.
Thank you.
How about you, Greg? Anything? Because like we've done a lot of shows together, and we've been through a lot. Anything stick out for you?
I like the Rocky. I mean, it might be self-serving, but I liked the Rocky IV pod that we did.
Yeah, the Rocky forecast.
Yeah, that's right, with Ryan Chet.
Yeah.
And but I like the ones where you do reviews of stuff, or you then sort of almost use like, hey, this is coming up. This person has a book or something, or this person has a CD or an album or whatever, and you sort of talk to them about that, and then you sort of just go through. Oh, so how did you, start being a fan of XYZ or something else?
Yeah.
A little bit like sort of our mutual friend Flo. When you had her who performs synthwave music and stuff as Glit Biter.
Yep.
When you had her on, she'd been on Unfunny No Tangent a bit, and she knows like everything about Star Wars, like the most knowledgeable person I could even think of. Like if I had a Star Wars question that wasn't sort of easy to look up or something that everyone should know or that is relative, I would ask Flo. She's just she's all over it. But then a few years ago she started on a Star Trek binge journey type thing, and she started, and I don't know how long it took her. I think it was like 2 years or something like that.
Yeah,
and
I think so.
She basically went from beginning to end, and she watched everything Star Trek in the order it was released. So she'd watch TOS, then she watched the animated series, then movies 1 through 4, I would say, and then like Next Gen, movie 5, et cetera, down to, because I said to her, did you start with Enterprise? Are you doing it that way? Or, she said, no, as it was released. I was like, okay. But she got it down to the point where she would look up the like release dates of certain episodes, because when the shows overlapped, like as Next Gen was finishing, DS9 had started, and then DS9 was sort of wrapping up as Voyager started. So she was making sure that she was watching even those episodes in the right order. So, which you probably could have got away with. You could have watched, say, 5 Voyagers and then gone back and watched 5 DS9s and then another 5 Voyagers or whatever. I don't remember them ever really crossing over intricately like that. This week it's a double header kind of thing. Like you have to see DS9 and then the follow up is on Voyager or that kind of stuff. So probably didn't need to do that, but she got the full as it happened Star Trek experience. And I remember she came on your show and she had her album that came out and you guys were talking about that. And then you sort of did a couple of deep dives into Star Wars and Star Trek and that kind of thing. So that was cool. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks. And it's interesting because like I didn't talk about this very much earlier, but like I have been asked many times like, well, hey, why don't you try to get like Kevin Smith on your show, or like, any kind of like, pseudo celebrity person or actual celebrity person. And my philosophy has always been, I need something to promote. I'm not just going to talk to somebody just for the sake of talking to somebody. So in those Transformers examples, Flint Dilley had a book. Stan Bush had a new album. Vince DiCola had a new album, a box set, and the soundtrack for Transformers Devastation was coming out. That kind of thing. So he had basically, they had wares to sell, and basically that's where kind of the, I don't know, backbone of kind of what my shows have always been, or what my interviews have always been, going back to the KGRG times, because that's what I cut my teeth on, was just like, okay, cool, you're a local band, play some songs for us, for a live set in our living room, and then let's talk about your music. Oh, you've got an album coming out, let's talk about the songs. Oh, you've got a performance coming up, let's talk about where people can get it. So like I need a call to action. And it's interesting because my buddy Anthony Brucali, TFU.info, has constantly, like, because he knows how my brain works, and he's like, talk to this guy because he's got a new comic coming out or something like that. And because like he's always encouraged me to like reach back further into like the old guard of like online Transformers fandom. And for me, that there's always like kind of an intimidation factor there, because it's folks that's not necessarily, I mean, there are folks that are literally my age, but from a different generation of fandom, that it's like, I'm not just going to call up David Willis and say like, hey man, come on my podcast. But like, I did an interview with Hooks, James Hooks, who goes way back in the Transformers fandom, and he put out a couple fan comics, Song of Jupiter and Descent into Chaos. I called it Descent into Madness when I had him on the show. Pretty funny. But anyway, it's one of those things where I was like, holy shit, I'm so glad to finally have the reason, the excuse to talk to you. And after we hit it off, I was immediately hit with regret that I had waited that long to reach out to that dude, when I could have been, talking to him for as long as I've been talking to you, Joe, or as long as I've been talking to you, Greg. Like Greg, that's the thing that I'm saying now, the philosophy, that's how you end up on my show. You and Yoshi do Transformers Reanimated. Now I have something to bring you on to talk about.
Exactly. And if it's not that, it's at least a review of something. So like we did Strange New Worlds, for instance, but it wasn't just us talking about nothing. Right. It's either something to promote or something that's been on recently, or if it's not recent, it's a new version of something like the Rocky Forecast, where it was like,
right,
they recut it and Stallone re-edited it and stuff like that. So it's fresh, it's new. Let's talk about that.
There's something new. Exactly. Right. Yeah. Let's just talk about Die Hard for like no reason. And it's interesting because like, even like Joe, when I've had you on the show, there's always been some kind of hook to it, a vague hook. But like, even in like the earlier ones, it was more or less like, hey man, I'd really like to do a show with you sometime. And we just manufactured it. It was what you, me, Michael Andrews, and Maddie, I think, Wasabi. And I don't even remember what the main topic was, but it ended up being like a potpourri of topics. And that was probably like one of the more loose versions of a show I've done. Usually it's like, okay, we're talking about episodes 1 through 7 of Earthspark, or, episodes 1 through 4 of the Book of Boba Fett, or like, episodes 1 and 2 of Ahsoka, or something like, there's like, that's just the way my brain works. It's like, so even quite frankly, going into this with having no structure, and you heard me, I'm making shit up as I go. Oh, let's fuck around with these pod decks. I don't know. Maybe I'm going to tell some stories. I don't know. Maybe it'll come up organically. Maybe it won't. And so really like this kind of freewheeling stuff, very much out of my comfort zone. But I think learning to do like the kind of COVID era live streams where I'm just unboxing stuff, it's like I need something to get me to do it. But once I'm there, I'm just like I listened to half of that episode from 3 years ago where I was unboxing that Snake Eyes, and I'm all going down all kinds of like weird tangents, talking about all kinds of weird shit. And that's fun because like that's what I like doing, and that's what people like hearing. But yeah, it's taken me a lot of time to just be like, you know what? Maybe I don't need a thing to promote necessarily. I can just ring somebody up. Now, I can say that as like a self-awareness type of thing, but that doesn't necessarily mean I've done that yet. So still a work in progress.
The other thing as well, I think, like, from a listener point of view type of thing, like as cool, like let's say Kevin Smith, right? Let's say you reached out to Kevin Smith and he was like, okay, I'll come on your show. Like as awesome as that would be and as cool as that and fun as that would be, what could you possibly ask him? And what would he possibly say as a response, especially him?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what would he possibly say that people haven't heard 100 times already? And you know what I mean? And like, even like, how many questions would you get to him? You know what I mean?
And that's the other thing
but
too.
That's not. And I'm not trying to bash the guy, but like, you know
Right.
what I mean? Like,
I know exactly what you mean.
Like when I go to cons, for instance, if I've gone to cons to see, like I've gone and met William Shatner, and I got a Kirk statue signed by him, for instance, and I saw Richard Dreyfuss, you know, he signed my Jaws poster, this kind of thing. Kirk statue, I should say, not Jaws. Richard Dreyfuss signed my Jaws poster, etc. I've got people, right? The only like Q&A I've gone to, well, there's been two actually. One was, funnily enough, Kevin Smith, because that's all he was doing at the con. He wasn't doing autographs or anything. He basically turned up and must have said, "Look, I've got 2 hours spare," or whatever it was, and he did his Q&A, and off he went. And I felt bad for the people lining up to ask questions, because I was like, "You haven't seen a Kevin Smith Q&A before." Like, it's Q&A in name only. Like, he just wants you to ask him a question, and then he's going to say what he wants to say. So I went to do that. I went to that, and again, it was all the same shit they had heard before. And my friend and I were like, if it wasn't for this fact that we were 10 feet away, to be like, "There's Kevin Smith," and be like, it wasn't really worth doing. The other one was, we went to Sydney one time to see Stan Lee, and at this particular con, you couldn't buy, back in the day, you couldn't buy autograph tokens and photo tokens and all that. Like, beforehand, you had to go to the con, line up, get your token, get your barcode, whatever, then go line up, meet the person. "Yes, I've got a thing, take my photo, sign my book," whatever. Now you can do it all online. So you can just go and go, "Okay, where's Shatner?" There he is, table 3. Straight there. And they go, "Have you got your thing?" "Yep, right here." You know, "I've paid for it and everything." Great. So we went, and the lineup was, as you can imagine, for Stan Lee. This was probably 2014, I want to say, 2013, 2014. You can imagine it was massive. So we were like, we're not going to get anything signed. We're going to go, let's just line up, and we can at least say hello and say, "Hey, we met Stan Lee." And then even that lineup, they were cutting it off and saying, like, "Look, he's not going to get through any more than these people in the next hour and a half. So we don't want people to line up to then be like, 'Sorry, closed,'" you know, which is cool. At least they gave people warning. But they said his Q&A is going to start, or his panel is going to start in an hour's time. So we went, well, let's go line up for that, and at least we'll see him. And, you know, so so, but beyond that, and then luckily he came to Brisbane a few years later, and I was able to actually meet him and get some stuff signed and get a photo and that kind of thing. But they're the only two like panels I've gone to, because if you're to me, like, I'm a fan of person X or person Y or Z or whatever. Any question that's going to be asked, you probably know the answer already, because you've seen other interviews with them on YouTube or on, you know, television show, this or that, whatever. So, you know, like, if they say, "What do you think about this?" Well, he's going to say, "Yeah, X, Y, Z, blah, blah, blah." So the panels I don't sort of really bother with, because it's just, you know, I know what they're going to say. So unless it's a wacky sort of madcap type person. But I mean, you know, a lot of it is the same old stuff. Like, what's your favorite? Like, I can only imagine how the Shatner Q&As would go. Like, you know, what was your favorite episode to film, or what was your favorite movie, or how do you feel about Leonard Nimoy, or whatever?
Tell me about the tech war.
Exactly. Like,
because the kids have to learn about tech war sometime.
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, I've never bothered. So, again, I think if you had like I said, it would still be cool to have like famous people and stuff on your show, just for the fact that you can be like, "Hey, I spoke to Kevin Smith, or I spoke to Frank Welker, or Peter Cullen, or whoever." But I think you would have to go a completely different route of just being like, "What do you want to talk about?" kind of thing, as opposed to like, "So, Peter Cullen, what was it like being the voice of Optimus Prime?"
Right.
And it'll be, and not knocking Peter Cullen, he's great.
Right.
But it'll be, "I went to the interview, I just got told it was a truck and it was a robot, and my brother was in the army or whatever, and my brother said, don't be afraid to be gentle or whatever the story is, you know what I mean? And so I did John Wayne, but kind of not John Wayne. Yeah, cool. Like,
yeah,
and it'll be
we
like,
all know
hey,
the story.
here it comes. Yeah. And like I said, that's not trying to be dismissive or a dick about it, but it's like we have heard this kind of thing. So I think the best podcasts that I've heard from around the place is where they just talk to them. Like Conan O'Brien's podcast is pretty good. He'll have famous people on and they just talk shit and make jokes. And it's not, there are a few questions here and there, but it's not specifically, you know, like Harrison Ford, tell me about Star Wars. You know.
Yeah.
And Michael Rosenbaum, for instance, he has people on and they just talk shit about whatever. So, and stuff will come up because it's obviously going to, but then it's a lot of his podcasts too are more about the person themselves and how they are and what they live with, and they struggle with depression or anxiety, or they, you know, they hate Hollywood or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's not just question A, answer B, you know?
Right. Exactly.
But you should get Kevin Smith on to ask him about He-Man.
Well, see, ironically enough, if I had the opportunity to have Kevin Smith on, and actually, incidentally, the last couple times he's come to town, one for Jay and Silent Bob reboot and for Clerks 3, he did the road show with Q&A and all that other stuff. So yeah, so I've been to a couple Kevin Smith Q&As, and it was kind of funny because, like, Greg, you talked about the lineup, and Kevin even says for like there was like 2 or 3 people, and he even said out, like, he's like, yeah, you motherfuckers may as well just go sit down because you're not getting in. And sure enough, it was like 3 questions or something like that, which is fine. It's whatever. But if I had the story. So like I had actually like reached out to not him, but like his people, and sent an email. I was like, hey man, I host a podcast in Seattle. I'm going to the shows. I'm a huge fan. I have a podcast. I have, like a platform, would Kevin be interested in interviewing? No response both times. Not even a thanks for writing. So, I mean, and that's fine.
On that unfunny nerd engine that time, we know.
Yeah. It's like, we know your thoughts are very well documented. But if I had the opportunity to chat with Kevin Smith, I would, I don't think I would ask him about He-Man, but I would ask him about Transformers.
You coward.
Because, well, exactly.
No,
but no, I seriously kind of want to get into his head, because, like, we all saw Clerks 2, and I feel that Kevin Smith's feelings on Transformers are very well documented in that movie. So I just think, and so he turns up with his buddy Jay Muse, Carney hucking these goddamn Roboson Optimus Primes, talking about how awesome it is. And I'm like, I was so mad. I'm just like, you motherfucker. I remember like tweeting about it too. I'm like, did anybody else see Clerks 2? So there's a part of me that wants to ask him about that, because I get, and he's explained it. No, when they were gearing up for He-Man, like, he and Mark Bernard were talking a lot about like what they're nostalgic for and what they aren't. And He-Man is like in that window just before. So it's like He-Man, yes, Transformers, no. Because like the difference between 1982 and 1984 can make a difference depending upon where you are on the generational scale. I know where you're going, Greg.
Even
I'm not doing that.
He-Man, no, but yeah.
I know. I was.
But he didn't come out. He didn't come out specifically and like shit on it.
No,
like he did with Transformers, for instance, and then be
right.
like, "Hey, like I hate this thing, now I love it." Like, well, yeah,
right. And really, we all knew what the deal was. He was glad to take Hasbro's money, and Hasbro was glad to hire a influencer in the geeky space.
And I mean, we all.
That's totally fine. That's totally fine. But there is a part of me that wants to say, it's like, well, hey man, Clerks 2 was a really long time ago. Shit, even the Robeson thing was a while ago now. How do you feel about Transformers today? That kind of thing. And just to see what he does with it, because, and it's fascinating too, because I still listen to Fat Man Beyond. I like the interchange between he and Mark, but a fixture of the show is the Banff man himself, J.C. Reifenberg, the proprietor of the Scum and Villainy Cantina in Los Angeles, that I still have not made it out to. I've been to LA 3 different times for TF cons, still have not made it out to Scum and Villainy. I keep meaning to, and it's one of those things where it's just far enough away, that kind of thing. It's like, Lita has told me 3 different times. She's like, I will take you out there. Has not. So maybe this March, maybe that will actually happen, because I want to go so bad, and I want to experience it, but also I want to meet and chat with JC, because it never comes up in Fat Man Beyond, whether he's talking to Kevin or Mark or whatever. His thing is he's a Star Wars guy, but what a lot of people don't know is that JC is also a huge fan of Transformers the movie, to the point where the first run of print menus for Scum and Villainy, at the bottom of it reads the universal greeting: Ba Weep, Grana Weep, Ninny Bong. And so if you're playing MSRP bingo and you have dauber spots for tfu.info, he for his retrospective on Transformers the movie, he and JC go way back. They're friends, and they have, like, I don't remember what the connection was. It's been a number of years, but they have a pre-existing relationship. So they talked about Transformers the movie, and to hear JC's take on it is fascinating. He's like, picture, if you will, a war movie where at the end of the 3rd act, both generals are taken off the board. What then? That kind of thing. So it's like, he had a couple things that I found very insightful. And so anyway, I want to go to the cantina just to say, like, hey, hey JC, let's geek out about Transformers the movie for a minute. But like, there is a part of me that wishes that he would bring that up to Kevin, and he never does. He doesn't bring it up to Mark. He doesn't bring it up to Kevin. He has never talked about Transformers anything on that Fat Man Beyond podcast. And there's a part of me, it's like, oh, come on, man. I know you got it in you. And maybe it's one of those things where he just knows that that's a boundary or something. I don't know. But I would be...
Yeah. You think, like, what would he say? Like, hey, Kev, how come you sold out and shit and
right.
And did that commercial for something you clearly don't give a shit about.
Right,
like,
right.
And I mean, that's like the nasty way of saying it. But like, what I mean? Like, to me, like, it's fine. I don't have a problem with him being like I said, you can be fans of things. You could not be fans of things and then become fans of things later after you used to shit on it. You know what I mean? And then go like, yeah, I used to shit on that, but now I started watching it a bit more, and now I love it. Great. And you don't have to be a lifelong fan of something to be like. I don't think you would have to be like, let's give, like Michael Bay, for instance, like any criticisms of the Michael Bay Transformers movies that I might have are not based around the fact that Michael Bay it was not a diehard, live and breathe Transformers fan before he took on those movies. It's like, no, he's a movie director. Like, here's the script, make it good.
Yeah.
All right. It's his job then to make sure that he's doing a good job with the source material, I think. But you don't have to come to something and be like, oh, well, he's already an expert on it, so he's the only person that could make it. So, like, for Kevin Smith to be like, well, look, I wasn't really into He-Man much, because when the show came on, I was already like 14 or whatever, But they asked me if I wanted to do it, and I looked into it, and I was like, yeah. And then I sort of got into it and realized, oh, we could do this for a story, we could do that for a story, whatever, But just say that.
Yeah.
And I feel the same. Exactly. And the same with that Transformers thing. He could have just said, like, yeah, look, I wasn't a big fan of Transformers, but they came to me and said, hey, look at this. Yeah. And I thought the toy was awesome. So, yeah, okay, I'll spruik it,
Yeah.
And they paid me a shit ton of money. So you'd be like, yeah, all right. Like,
Exactly.
I think to me, like, if you're just honest about it, you know, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like, because anyone that's like, oh, I would never do that, I would never sell out. It's like, yeah, you would.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Like the people that are probably the most vocal about, like, I can't believe they took money for something they didn't truly believe in. It's like they'd be the first people to do it. If
not everybody has a Michael Andrews over their shoulder saying like, "Be true to yourself." You know, like that
yeah, that's right. Exactly.
I mean that is words to live by.
But even then, if someone came to the other mic and said, "We're going to pay you $50,000 to talk about, I don't know, something that he doesn't really know about or doesn't care about," you quickly learn, you know.
Absolutely.
So, then you can do it, and then you can do it your way as well. You know?
Right. Yeah, and that's, you know, that's why I kind of keep Mike Seibert Radio like super independent, because it's like I don't want to deal with like commercials and shit, and I don't want to necessarily, you know, put the audience through that for what, pennies and nickels. It's like I don't need the pennies and nickels that badly. Now, if it was something where there was like an organic like sponsorship opportunity, like again with like the Poddex thing, like it was you know, it's like, well, hey man, we'll give you a promo code if folks buy the stuff with the promo code, we'll give you like a kickback or something like that. And you know, folks ended up buying them. Like a couple different folks emailed me or, you know, hit me up on Twitter or whatever, but they didn't use the promo code, so I never got credit for it. So, but either way, I mean, it's no big deal, but it's like, even then, like on one hand it was cool, but then it was also like, what am I doing? You know, so it's anyway, I we're too deep into the convo to relitigate, you know, wanting to make money off your hobbies and how disingenuous that could be and things like that. So,
well, here's an example of what I mean, as far as like, you don't have to be an expert or a super fan to take something on, like without being self-promoting, but it kind of is.
Yeah, of course.
I don't mean it to be, but like the last 4 issues of Transformers Reanimated that Yoshi and I have put out have been a crossover with G.I. Joe. So you've got Cobra Commander and Duke and everyone with Prime and Starscream, etc., etc. And I've always said I was never a big fan of G.I. Not that I wasn't a big fan of it, I just never saw it as much. Yeah. And when I was a kid, so when I was, you know, 5, 6, 7 or whatever, when Transformers was coming out, that was about as into war stuff as I got. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't put me off or anything, but I never got into the whole military thing and like, yeah, soldiers and all that. If it was dressed up as something else, I could go with it, like Optimus Prime and all that sort of stuff. So I never really got into G.I. Joe. I just sort of knew the basics. But Yoshi is a huge G.I. Joe fan. So when he said we should do this, I'm like, all right, well, I'll just kind of follow your lead, basically. But then so he took the lead on those scripts, and those 4 issues are probably 90% Yoshi. And I've just gone and I've gone a deep dive, and I started looking into the lore a bit more and learned what I could. And my thing was trying to match up Joe characters with Transformer characters. Like what Joe character is like Trax, or what Joe character is like Hot Rod, or what Joe character, well, Hot Rod's not in it, but what character is like Prime, obviously, you know, and how close is this Cobra character to Starscream or Shockwave or whoever. And so I would then go, hey, what about this? And Yoshi would be like, yeah, that doesn't really work because here's 100 reasons, because he knows all the lore and that kind of stuff. Right. But then I was then sort of going, all right, well, what about this would be cool? Oh, that would be odd. So you're telling me that like Ace, for instance, I had no idea who Ace was.
Okay.
For G.I. Joe. But I was looking up pilots because like, okay, we've got to pair up someone with Power Glide. And it's like Ace, and reading all his bio, and it's like, this guy is Power Glide. So
he is. I mean, he's an aggressive show off, and yeah, absolutely.
So if you read those issues, it becomes a point in the story. Ace is piloting Power Glide, and they're sort of out bravadoing each other at the same time. You know? Now, am I the expert in G.I. Joe now? No. Am I still a massive fan of it? Not particularly, but it worked for what we were doing.
Yeah.
and I just sort of took Yoshi's lead on it. So I think they came out pretty well. But like I said, so you don't have to go in being like, I was always a G.I. Joe fan. I loved it. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is, you know? So if we do more Joe stuff, it's going to be the same kind of thing. It's going to be, you know, either something I've learned from Joe as far as stories and characters and stuff, or it's going to be Yoshi being like, here's another idea. Okay, cool. You know?
Yep.
So
absolutely.
But I wouldn't then be like, oh, I was always a big G.I. Joe fan. You know? Like,
I
loved it. I love it so much. You'd be like, So.
Well,
but
gentlemen,
that's different from that. That's a little bit different though, because I wouldn't say I've ever come out and like shit on G.I. Joe.
Oh, sure, right.
And then going, oh, now I'm doing a G.I. Joe thing.
A little different.
Yeah, like you said with Clerks 2 and Transformers, but I would always be like, oh, I just wasn't really into it. So, but I can see why people are, and the big characters are definitely interesting and fun. So,
right. I love it. Well, I feel like we could stay on this thread for several more hours, but it's already been several hours already, and my poor dude Joe is about to turn into a pumpkin. I'm probably about to turn into a pumpkin myself. Greg, it's barely evening time. You know, it's actually you probably got dinner time coming up soon. So so all right. Well, with that, we should probably think about wrapping it up. But before we part ways, Joe, any first of all, thank you for being my friend. I appreciate it. Any final thoughts? Anything you'd like to promote? The floor is literally yours before we pumpkin ourselves.
I just want to say thanks for having me on and having me on the other shows. This is always a lot of fun. I've connected with people who I maybe have seen around on Twitter or social media, but have got to know a little bit better through you. So I'm really appreciative of that. And just thanks for putting out as much content as you do. There's always something for Mike to put on if you've got something going on. So I appreciate that stuff too.
That's awesome, Joe.
You're a good friend. Thank you.
You're welcome, man, and thank you. I appreciate it. Friendship, as they say, is magic, as always, And how about you, Greg? Any parting thoughts? Anything you want to plug real quick? Got any UNTs coming up?
Real quick plugs. Same thing. It was just spoke about before. Transformers Reanimated.com, unfunnynerdtangent.com. We just dropped our it took us a while, but we got to Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
You got to go across before you go beyond.
That's right.
Just don't call it Across the Spider-Verse Part 1 like all the toys do.
Oh yeah. It took us a while, but we finally got to that. But we'll probably hit up. We're looking to do the new Ninja Turtles movie soon.
Which just hit Paramount Plus. That is top of my hit list.
I gotta watch it.
I'm hoping to get that done this weekend.
And Ahsoka when that wraps up, because our guy Rock, who's on the show, like Ahsoka is his favorite Star Wars character of all time. So considering the competition there with Luke and Han and whoever else, it's a pretty big call. Podcast wise, I'd just like to reiterate what everyone else seems to be saying, Mike. Like, congratulations on 400. It's pretty awesome. And I think you would be hard pressed, I think, whoever you are, to look at the back catalog or whatever you want to call it of MSRP and be like, there's nothing here for me. Like, you know what I mean? So I think in that sense, it's pretty cool, because like my show, for instance, you would look at it and go, this either is or isn't for me. Pretty quickly. But I think the fact that you can sort of just cover anything and everything and do that as well is a good testament to what's the word, listenability.
Sure.
is that a word?
Yeah.
Easy listeningness.
There you go. Approachability, maybe.
But approachability, that's probably a better word.
It's like I've never wanted to do stuff for an audience specifically. It's always been for me and my friends. It's like I remember very early on, I could do a good show or I could do a fun show. I don't know if I can do both. So I choose fun, that kind of thing, because like, I talked hours ago about like negative feedback. I did get some feedback with regards to like how, meandering my content would be, or like how long my breaks were. That was the whole thing. Like length, again, brevity is not my first best strength. So it's like, yeah, man, you got to get in and out in 2 minutes. I'm doing like 5-minute air breaks talking about concerts and stuff. So
sorry about that. Strange new worlds.
Yeah, right. No, so it's always been that way. So, but anyway, so my philosophy is I choose fun. I choose what my friends are into. I choose what I'm into, and it makes for an interesting buffet. And you don't like everything at the buffet. You can pick stuff up and put it down. You could pass by stuff, or you can gobble stuff up. And I that's what I like doing about the show the most, is that I get to do a little bit of everything, and I get to do it with my friends. And that is the best thing on this earth. And with that will wrap things up for episode 400. Thank you so much for hanging out with me and my friends for all of these years and all of these hours and all of these episodes. I appreciate it so much. If you want to listen to Mike Seibert Radio, you could subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, TuneIn, or wherever the hell you listen to podcasts. Like, share, rate, and review the show. Let us know what you like and what you would like to hear more of in the future. For all of my guests, my name is Mike. This has been Mike Seibert Radio for the 400th time. And until next time, till all are one, make good choices. We did it.
Nice.
There it is.
All right, we did it.
We should do go back and like mash all your make good choices together.